Howdy, guys. Welcome to episode 160. Goodness, 160. Tonight is UFC Vegas 105, Emmett versus Murphy. I will be joined by DEG a little later. He's taking a nap right now. He should be getting up from his nap, like now. He'll be going for a workout. Probably will be in the chat for a bit and then join in person after. So we'll give him about an hour. He'll probably pop in real quick as he's prepping to go to the gym. But welcome. I'll let people trickle in. Kratos, howdy. I see you already have a pick for me. Thank you very much. I am going to put that up immediately before it gets lost in the sea of comments, because sometimes I miss it. Your pick for today, you have one from Murphy. He gets a win in 4 rounds or less. I'm going to put that whole prediction in one moment as I get this up. Dan, howdy. One pick, only one pick. All right, I'm going to go through the names in a moment, because then at the same time, I'll do my picks. But let me get my files up and prepared. So today is UFC Vegas 105. Dan Murphy. That's it. Nice and simple. Murphy. Kratos has Murphy in 4 rounds. Rounds or less. Gotcha. Dan, since I've been working and haven't had time to look at the fighters. I mean, ditto. Well, I mean, I haven't been working today, but I'll be reading off the names in a few minutes. So as I read off the names, if you'd like to add additional, definitely have time for that. David Banner, I'll put him as a TBD. We'll give him time to come in. JL, also TBD. Put some space there. Travis will also be a TBD. Midmo, TBD. And I'll add myself in a moment. All right, let's go down the names. Going to begin with the prelims. We have Vanessa Dumopoulos versus Talita Alencar. Not sure for either. I really need to see. Hold on. I need to see their pictures. I can never remember people by their names, not fighters. We had 1, 2, I think 3 fights were canceled today. But we still have a good number of fights, so that's cool. I don't have a pick for the very first fight. Then we have Martin Boudet versus Iran. I'm not going to pronounce the last name. So I won't pick one for that. Victor Henry is fighting today. I hope he wins. And of course, we all pray for his Victor Henrys. So I'm just going to pick Victor Henry because why not? He'll be facing Pedro Falcao. Jacking up everybody's names. All right. My first one, Victor Henry. All right, continue down this list. Women's strawweight after that, Loma Lukbum. He said, you know what happened to Victor Henry. I hope not, but I will die laughing if that happens. Poor guy. Hopefully he already has kids, because if he gets another one of those, that's it. Kratos goes, damn, 3 canceled already? Dana's slacking off for this one. I mean, they still have a good number of fights. Even with the cancellations, we've got 6 prelims and 6 for the main. So I think we're still doing all right. I do not have a pick for... so Loma is fighting Estela Nunes. I'm not very familiar with either. There's a bunch of these names I'm actually not really familiar with. Welterweight after that, Reese McKee versus Daniel Frunza. We'll see about that. And to finish off the prelim card, we have Diana Belvita versus Dion Barbosa. I don't have a pick there. I might have more picks for main card. Torres Finney versus Robert Valentine. Don't have a pick for that one. Ode Osborne versus Luis Gurul. Oh, man. Awful. Pronunciation is awful. After that, some names I actually recognize. Oh, my God. Brad Tavares versus Gerald Mearshart. I'm rooting for the stash, and I'm going to go with Mearshart. The stash has my vote. Thoughts on the Switch 2? You did send me an article earlier. Not earlier, last week. As far as handheld device, gaming devices go, I really miss playing them. We used to have PSP Go a long time ago. And we still have the Xbox in the house. As far as purchasing of the Switch 2, like the idea of a Switch sounds wonderful. I'm probably not realistically going to get it because it would just end up collecting dust in my house. Mearshart. Which is a little depressing to say out loud because I do really enjoy doing that. Mearshart. Kratos says the official price is $450 and the new Mario Kart World is $90 physical cartridge and $80 digital. $80 for digital is just fucking ridiculous. That's insane. I don't know what the going prices are these days for digital games. I haven't purchased or downloaded them in a long time as far as those consoles go. All my games are on this. $70, $80 is a lot. Like I said, I do enjoy playing them. But if I know realistically, if work is over and I don't have any errands to run, I'm probably going to spend that time vegetating. Kratos says usually 70 across the board, digital and physical. It's wild. $7 is a lot of money. You know what I enjoy more now? And when we get a chance to do it, or, if we're around a place where we could do this, arcade games. Bring me to a really nice arcade place. I have a lot of fun at arcades, and we usually play, House of the Dead. Just anything with zombies and shooting. I love House of the Dead. Or Jurassic Park game. I usually can't make it past like the second round. I die very quickly, and that's with help. If I have somebody with me. I don't know. I think I find way more enjoyment in arcade games, like going to an arcade and doing that. Pinball machine, Pac-Man. I love playing arcade Pac-Man. Galaxia. Galaxia is one of them. Dig Dug. I think that's where I find most enjoyment when it comes to games right now. And I'm more likely to just spend hours playing. I'm going to switch to ESPN real quick before I finish reading off these names, just to make sure I'm not missing the fights. We have here in New York City, and I don't know if they have this in other states, but a place called Barcade, which is a bar arcade. I'm sure that that type of setup is also around in other states. I haven't been to Barcade in a while, but they have a lot of old school quarter machines where you could play arcade games. And they maintain them pretty well. The last time I went to one was pre-pandemic. But if I'm going to play video games, it's most likely going to be a Barcade or a similar establishment. All right, first fight has not started yet. I said that I chose Mearshart, the power of the stash. After that, we have Cortavius Ramios versus Lee Chang-ho. Don't have a pick for this one either. Man, I might only have 3 picks. You guys only have 1. Hopefully it's still an exciting night. After that, we have Pat Sabatini versus Brito. I'm not going to try the first name. And then after that, Emmett versus Murphy. I don't know who I'm going to choose. I'm going to wait a bit before I decide on Emmett versus Murphy. I actually have no idea. It's a toss-up for me. Kratos says, I knew this arcade area at a mall that only charged $20 entry fee. Ooh, for free arcade games, but sadly the mall closed years ago. That's awful. That sucks. Yeah, Barcade, it was coin style, but they had their own unique coin specific to their joint. But, you know, you had the coin machine, you put in your dollars, you get the coins out so you could play. You didn't even have to eat or drink there. You could just walk in to play video games. It was a really small spot. Last time I went to that one, there was a Pac-Man game. Yeah, it was a Pac-Man game. No, it was Tetris. God, I love Tetris. It was a Tetris. Ken, how you doing? It was a Tetris game, and I remember I was playing by myself at first, and then this lady joined me. Cool, 2 people could play. And she was kind of drunk, and I whooped her ass. And I felt so proud of myself for whooping this lady's ass in Tetris. Can says, let's go Talita. Vanessa can be annoying. All right, we'll have that as your pick. If you have any other names for me as we go along, let me know. Gyrus. I don't know that one. I'm looking that up now. Oh, this looks like a cool game. Like Galaga. Okay, so a Galaga type game. Yeah. I haven't played this one specifically, but if Galaga is available, I'm playing that. I can sometimes get pretty far in Galaga. It's a toss-up. Depends on the day. Some days I'm a little better than others. Oh, wait. Let me not miss Dan. Dan says, giant forehead on that Talita. Oh, I'm just looking at it now, actually. So she has a 5 head? Alright, I'll see her in a second. See that in a second. Can says yes, Murphy and Nunez. So I'm gonna switch out Midmo actually, because Travis might arrive later. Can too. We have Murphy. Nunez. Okay. Export. We're probably going to get He Who Will Not Be Named announcing today. Yep, it is. I expected that. I knew it. You know, I can't be too mad because we did get I know, Dan, but we did get Buffer last week. I think we got Buffer for the past few weeks, so you know, we gotta have this guy every once in a while. Plus, next week is a pay-per-view, so we will get Buffer then. Text files, fight predictions. All right. Predictions are up. Cool. Got everybody. Oh, I didn't put my last prediction. Oh, because I was still not sure about the main. Woo! Pecs. Babe. Emmett or Murphy?
Wow, that's a good one.
I know. I actually don't know who to choose. Dan has Murphy. Kratos has Murphy. Can has Murphy.
Yeah, Emmett is gonna win on power. Lerone Murphy has just better striking skills. It's just that if Emmett catches you, you might die in the cage. So I'm like, I think speed and accuracy beats power. So I'm gonna go with Lerone Murphy over Josh Emmett.
Dan says Murphy has never lost a fight.
I mean, everybody can lose a fight though.
Oh shit, Demopoulos got her real good. Alright, I will update this in a moment because this looks like these ladies are nice and scrappy today. Don't crap. Ellen Carr just got Bao Bao for grabbing the cage. Damn, Ellen Carr dragged her down by her neck. This pretzel position is so awkward. My neck hurts looking at it. It looks like it's hard to breathe from this position for Demopoulos. Or at least it would be hard to breathe for me. It's like, what do you do from this position? It's like a stalemate. Demopoulos can't move. Ellen Carr doesn't look like she wants to move yet. Oh no, because her arm was tied up by Demopoulos. Oh, and she's got her head out. Nice. Both are being very, very patient. Very patient. Oh, those punches. Oh, that elbow from Alan Carr. He's some angry ass strikes. Alan Carr's trying to straighten out Demopolis' legs. Oh. Did she get her arm? No, no, no. Well, they'll make it to round 2. All right. Okay, let me update this. For us, we have Murphy. Updated. Kratos, if you're still here. I will shoot your question back to you. And if you answered this question already last week, my apologies. Just remind me. Do you plan on getting the Switch 2? I think all of my text is updated. Ooh. Travis, yo. Welcome, sir. Excuse me. He says, hell no. I figured I asked since you brought it up. Have a good nap. Good. Wow, she got that takedown so easily. Travis, if you have any picks, please let me know. I think I still got your spot here. Yep. Oh, good elbow from the bottom, Demopolis. I think Alan Carr got a warning for punching her in the spine. these elbows. Alan Carr is doing very well at just being a weighted blanket. I mean, she is going after the submissions, which is great as a weighted blanket. She's also testing Demopoulos' flexibility here. This looks extremely uncomfortable. Oh, and she's just pinned down and getting punched in the face. Goodness gracious. She's sitting on her face. Yes, I did just say that. Oh, stand up, Demopoulos, and she won't be able to. Damn. Demopoulos needs a finish. Travis. Got it. He has Victor Henry by decision. Burrito by KO. Valentine by submission. Murphy by decision. Alan Carr is up 2. The grappling has been pretty cool, but it's amazing that she has not gotten the submission yet. Kansas Talita's making it a boring fight, but it is effective. It's not the most exciting fight. I would say that it is more entertaining than other grappling heavy events that we've seen. The scrambles have been pretty good. And the really weird positions were a little entertaining. But Demopoulos needs a finish, and Talita, if she's going to win, I mean, she's going to win anyway. But it'd be nice to see it be by submission. They almost headbutt each other. Oh, we have to order that online. I can't get it in person. Yeah. Okay. And there goes the takedown again. Well, we know how this ends. Hmm. 30-27 Alan Carr. Alan Carr has the position to just go for the ground and pound, and she chooses not to. There's 1 or 2 shots from the top. But she could win by TKO here. Just keep going. You don't need a submission. Just fuck her up right here, and you win the fight. She could have won already. See, just a few elbows and she stops. But she could just, if she just wails on her, we could be done already. At certain points, I can't tell whose limb is whose. Excuse me, sorry. It's like the game plan for Alan Carr was just to finish by one particular submission. And there are no other alternatives. She's trying to go, oh, and she stood up. Good job. But it's too late and you can't do anything. And she gets taken down again. Fuck. And we're up. Done. I think any of those rounds would be a 10-8. The fight started off a little exciting. I thought these ladies were really going to scrap. And then I didn't mind the grappling at first. Oh, wait. Hold on. Before I finish that thought, I want to see if there are any 10-8s. one judge gave a 10-8 round. There was one 10-8 there. Yeah, I only started to get bothered by the constant grappling when there were opportunities for a TKO finish, and she did not take it. But good for Talita. She won. Short notice fight. I'm just realizing my YouTube chat was delayed because like 5 messages just popped up at the same time. And some of those messages were sent 7 minutes ago. Guys, apologies in advance if it seems like I'm not responding to your messages. This shit just popped up all at once. Weird. Give me 1 second. Let me put this in a different screen. No, that's not what I want to do. What am I doing? Dashboard. That's what I want. Dashboard. All right, let me pop this out because this is usually a little more dependable. Okay. To the comments that I missed, I'm sorry. Travis asks, where's Dr. Evil? He just woke up from a nap and just went downstairs to do his training. So I say give him about an hour. It usually takes him about an hour to do his training. He's coming. It's just been a bit of a hectic week for us in a good way. I'll let him tell some of that story when he comes back, but I'll give you some of it. So the 3 of us went down to Washington, D.C. on Wednesday for a day trip because I'm off from work this week. And I was like, fuck it. Let's go on a drive. We've been talking about doing something like that for a really long time. And then I get vacation and, you know, like we do stuff, but we have time and opportunity to do shit and we end up not doing it. So, since we're not traveling anywhere crazy this spring, I figured Washington, D.C. would be cool. And it's about a 4-hour drive, so DEG had to move his Wednesday and Thursday clients over to either side of the week. So the week has been kind of crazy. We ended up staying overnight at D.C. because it was just too late to be driving back home and a little too dangerous. We would have been getting home at like 2 a.m. and it wasn't worth it. So we booked a place last minute and it was fun. I had fun. I think they had fun too. But it was nice to just wander. Oh, babe, I was just telling them about DC. It was nice to just wander around a place that wasn't here and experience something new. It was actually kind of cool to see the all the monuments. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I did. But it was cool to see it in person because I see it in movies all the time. And the last time I went there in person was, I think I was in elementary school on a class trip. Nobody really remembers that. So we did get to see the cherry blossoms. DEG did get to train at the Gold's Gym down in DC. I will let him tell you all about that and what it was like driving down there, the people who were speeding and getting pulled over. Like, please. So, more information to come. But yeah, because of the trip, work has been a bit crazy for him. So, hence the nap that was needed today. But he'll be joining us later. Other comments. Oh yeah, the blanket on the TV. So I'm gonna let DEG put that back up because I'm short and there's something in front of it. And ooh, yay, my favorite ref, Beltron. I'm gonna let him put that back up. I know why he usually puts it up, but I think the chair is blocking it enough where we don't really have the concern at the moment about that. The main reason why we put the blanket up. So once he's back from training, I'll allow him to put the blanket up because I'm just too klutzy for that shit. I'm gonna knock something over. I'm gonna, like, I don't know. Too klutzy. He's tall. DG can do it. Thank you, babe. You're the best. Can says Apex fights get too much hate. They seem to move much quicker. I don't hate the Apex fights. Mike Beltran. You can see some of the facial hair. He has the best facial hair. I don't really hate them. I hope that they are exciting because usually they're names that at least I'm not very familiar with. I do like that they're packing in 6-7 fights into the main event or prelims so that we move the show along and are not just sitting here watching fight packs and commercials. This does not look like two heavyweights. Holy shit. I know one of them is a last minute sub. I didn't even get to see the weight difference between the two. I will look that up in a moment. But holy shit, they look like they're from two different weight classes. Goodness gracious. Travis says, I hate the Apex. There's no fans, so it completely loses that Gladiator Coliseum vibe. I could see that, yeah. Depending on the fighter, sometimes it does get lively in there, but never to the level of a full arena. I don't mind it, though. I don't mind it. David, welcome. Picks, thank you. When we are between rounds or after this one, I'm going to put your picks up, including the one that I saw after. There was another one you had. Oh, there's some Juan Soto stuff. I'm going to let you guys go at that. And I know Boudet's your pick for this one. So I'm going to put that up in a bit. Thank you for putting it all together. So I could just copy pasta very quickly. Oh, thank you, Dan. Oran is 222 pounds. Oof. Midmo! Welcome, sir. Hello, hello. Welcome to the party. Yeah. Look how, I mean, but I think he's the last minute replacement. Because someone was, they said that he got called on 1 week's notice. So the original fighter was removed due to injury. So Iran, yes, is the current LFA light heavyweight champion. Interesting. So it's the light heavyweight champion of LFA is fighting Boudet. And that rhymed. I'd even try to pronounce his name. I read it, yes. You're right, David. Um, in Chegwu, I fuck up everybody's name. But people usually fuck up my name, so I guess it evens out. Can says, yeah, I can hear the punches and I don't have to deal with this celebrity in the crowd. Oh, and the gimmicks, it's straight to throwing hands and no waiting for the next fight. That is something that is really cool about being able to hear all of the strikes. Sometimes you can hear the really big ones in the larger events, but being able to hear just the whap to the skull, and the thud, it's kind of sick. Makes us sick individuals. But I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Kratos says someone needs their car repoed at this. Oh, I read the whole thing. He says someone needs their car repoed at this house I delivered to. Tags expired in 1985. I wasn't even born yet. Holy shit. Midmo says, Mrs. Evil, hope you are well. I am doing well. I don't know why I did that. I hope you're doing well, Jeremy. Family update. How are the little ones? And please tell them all I said hello. Tell the missus I said hello. Midmo says, your name is hard. So I know you heard it in the stream. And I was like, I actually wasn't upset. I was happy that you heard it. Because I was like, okay, well, now he knows how to pronounce it. Because most people who read my name, they don't pronounce it correctly, but they pronounce it in a way that I expect them to pronounce it. So as long as everyone says it incorrectly the same way, I'm like, I can live with that. But at least you heard the correct pronunciation. You know, because I already know. I appreciate that. It's nice at work when someone walks up to me, reads my name tag, and says my name right, and I'm like, oh my God. I feel like playing lotto, because that only happens a few times a year. If someone gets it right on the first try. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Banner votes for Apex cards. You know what? I'm going to make this a poll. Let's make this a poll. We're making a poll. We're starting a poll. What kind of UFC events do you prefer? I don't know why I'm making this all fancy and shit. Apex or large venue? Or arena, should I say? Apex or arena? Or, you know what? Actually, that should be... Oh my God. If Ron wins, that'd be sick. I kind of want him to win now, knowing that he's in another weight class, joined at the last minute. Nothing against Boudet. I said Apex. Larger arena. That's what I'm just going to say. I know you guys answered in the chat, but why not? We have the functionality. Let's do it. Let's do it. I will vote on my cell phone. He says, I get why people hate them. Yeah. Ken asks, will you be here for Mania 41? Yes. We will at least be streaming for the Saturday show, because we're able to do it at the same time with the UFC show. Sunday, probably not. We'll be watching. We'll be here at home watching. I don't think we're going to live stream. Like, I don't think we're going to do a watch party. We'll probably be watching someone else's watch party. Otis, who is a friend of the channel, I think he usually does, not usually, he does watch parties when it comes to wrestling events in general. So we'll probably be watching Otis's watch party. If you're interested in joining that watch party, sometimes Jeremy joins it. He's usually in the chat, but sometimes he Midmo will be up on the screen. So Saturday, yes. If there is also a UFC event going on, Sunday, I'm gonna probably say no. Oh, and Hologram too. Yeah. So if both of them are streaming Midmo, more than likely I'll have one up on my phone, and then DEG will have the other one up on his phone, so that we, you know, have the count up for both guys. He goes, y'all just like to enjoy non-UFC fight shows alone. Yes and no. He says the piss. We really just covered the big events for WWE. Because we haven't been watching wrestling as religiously as some of the other folks here. We started watching, like I said, a lot of times. Why am I doing that? We started watching it again maybe a year or two ago, but we don't watch it often enough to really host watch parties for all of the pay-per-views. I know they're PLEs now, but I'm still going to call them pay-per-views. And I don't really follow the storylines enough to sit and do a watch party. I hope that makes sense, Can. So I think as we get more and more into the story, maybe, but I think we're okay sticking with UFC only watch parties at the moment. And I think also during the week, some of the wrestling events, I'm working at the same exact time that the event is going on, so I wouldn't be able to do a watch party. And DEG is also sometimes working at the same time, depending on his on what his clients need. So it's a little more difficult to host something outside of Saturday. Blood! Who's bleeding? I think it's Sate. This dude is really, really hanging in here with the heavyweight. Good for him. Fuck, this is awesome. Excuse me. Make sure I don't miss anything. But yeah, we'll definitely be watching Mania. Smash the thumbs up, please. Hulk smash it. Please and thank you. Travis asks, has anyone here ever been to a live UFC event? I know some of us have been to a live WWE event, but has anyone been to a live UFC event? We have not. And there has been some here in the at MSG, which would be closest to us. Oh, Midmo. Channeling the inner Chevelle. Midmo, you know Chevelle's coming out with another album? I have the song in my head now. I fucking love that song. Chevelle! Yeah, I think they're coming out with another album. They're really good live. I saw them open for Breaking Benjamin. It was Chevelle, 3 Days Grace, Breaking Benjamin. And it was such a great show. It was in New Jersey. That was so much fun. I would watch those guys live again. If you get a chance, if you have not already seen them perform, they're great. All right, I'll get back to your comments in a moment. I want to watch this third round. I really can't believe they're still in it. Some foot stomps. Get out of there, Ron. I mean, even if this dude loses, Uran, um, I I think he's still a winner in everyone's eyes. Like, this is still a great fight, even if he loses. And how much would it suck for Boudet if he ends up losing to someone who's in a lower weight class? Oh, I love Sarah Michelle Gellar. I'm gonna get to your comments in a moment. I did not know that. Oh, is he wobbly? More knees, more knees. Did he wobble Boudet? Oh man. Holy shit. Oh, he did chicken dance him. Don't keep him up on the cage. You're allowing him to rest. Oh, they're replaying the chicken dance. Don't let him rest. Mm-hmm. Is Udon going for a takedown? Holy shit. I mean, I don't think he's gonna get it, but... No, he's not gonna get it. He's exhausted. And it seems like he can't really breathe. It looks like the bleeding is coming from the nose. His nose doesn't look smashed up, though. I need to see it up close. I need to see the broken nose up close. Good knee to the body by Boudet. Let's chicken dance him. Oh, yeah, and they're going to go back on the cage. Well, this is the dance right now. Good job, Beltron. We don't want to spend the last 40 seconds just fucking stomping on each other's foot. Don't poke him in the eye. 15 seconds. Goodness gracious. Dan said Uran should go down to light heavyweight. He will do well there. It seems like he has a belt, though, already in that division, but with LFA. Weird. All right, what I missed. We talked about the live UFC event. I think DEG and I will eventually do one. An MSG one or Prudential Center one. I think we both really enjoy being able to see the fights on the screen and seeing what's going on. It's a little hard to see that when you're at the arena. But I think it'd be something cool to do at least once. So, we haven't been to a live UFC event. We will one day, but we haven't yet. Also, that question for the group and you, Travis. Has anyone been to a live UFC event? I think David is trying to go to an event. David will go to an event and tell us all about it. All right, let's hear this real quick and then I get back to your comments. All right, we expected that. Udanga won of the rounds. Good for him. That was a good fight. Your name isn't hard to pronounce. Yeah. It says everyone's good at a friend's house. The little one is with the grandparents. Excellent. David says the Apex has a smaller cage than most venues. Do you know the difference in size between the cage at the Apex versus at like the T-Mobile Arena? So all dick and balls effects. You know, I was thinking about adding that, like replacing his name from Victor Henry. I didn't know if I wanted to put like Victor Dick and Balls Henry. Would that be fucked up? I will let you guys decide. Should we leave it on the screen as Victor Henry, or Dick and Balls versus Pedro, or Henry Dick and Balls versus Pedro? I'll let you guys decide that. For now, I'm just gonna leave his name. Travis goes, I guess Apex makes more sense. If you're watching on TV in larger venues, makes more sense if you're watching in person. Yeah. And at least at the larger venue, like I do like that large venue energy. It's fun. D&G and I have gone to a hockey game at MSG together. We've done a basketball game at MSG, and we have done a wrestling event pre-pandemic. What else have we seen at MSG? I've seen a bunch of stuff there, but I mean specifically with him. We've been to 3 separate sports entertainment events at MSG. I don't think we've done anything at Prudential Center together. I've been there once for a concert, but I don't think he and I have gone. Yeah, DG said, Satir Sate, hanging in there at 60 pounds under, gangsta, whether he wins or loses. And he won one of those rounds. Good for him. Ken says, to be fair, they do a video package before the matches. Plus, WWE has gotten more away from stories back in the day. It's usually just, I challenge you for the belt now. That it's not Roman or Cody, but I get it. Yeah, we're definitely, I am enjoying it more. WWE, I'm enjoying it more these days than I did in the past. I think them putting Raw on Netflix makes it accessible to more people, especially for those who don't have cable. We only stick with cable because there are certain sports that DEG likes to watch that's on cable. Or if, you know, we want to watch Friday Night SmackDown. But I'm able to watch Raw the day after because I'm not able to watch it when it actually is live because I'm usually working at that time. So it's easier for me to watch it and skip the parts that I don't care about. So we're getting back on the wrestling dream. Getting back on it. I'm enjoying some of the storylines and some of the characters, and I don't expect every week to be, you know, super exciting, but I am enjoying it more now than I was, you know, in the past 10 years. Can has been to Bare Knuckle, not UFC. Cool. How was that? That seems brutal. Brutal. I can't do it the way DG says it. He has to do it for me. Insert the voice of Death Clock when I say brutal. Nathan Explosion. Excuse me. Travis says it's on my bucket list for sure. Back to watching UFC in person. Yeah, we'll catch an event at least once. I'd like to experience it at least once, even though we prefer watching it at home. But I'd like to go to at least one show. Protect your dick and balls, Henry. Oh, Stan is saying he should try light heavyweight in UFC. I think that would be cool. I'm caught up. Yay, look at me. Dick and balls, Henry. Jake Miller. Jake Miller, please do not Victor Henry, the real Victor Henry again. Oh, man. I hope not. I'm really stressed watching this fight now. For him. JL is here. And your picks. Oh, shit. I was over here talking and not even put up David's picks. My bad, David. I'm going to do that one now. Oh, Jake says Victor only has one working ball as it is. Oh. I hope he didn't get permanent damage when he got Victor Henry'd. Alright, let me grab your picks real quick before it gets lost in the comment swarm. There we go. And one of these you already got. J. Lerone Murphy. All right, we have a nice full page. Nice. Don't kick him in the Victor Henrys. All right, got everyone. Jay said, that's a fantastic suit. The blue really is great. Ooh, it's hard for me to say. But I agree. I almost want to put a coin in the coin jar for agreeing. But actually, the blue isn't bad. Oh, come on. I was just trying to be nice and agree with you that the blue is actually nice. I like that shade of blue. But then you had to fuck it up with the suit is better than anything Buffer has been wearing. Dude, did you see the red suit that Buffer had on last week? Oh my god. I was really trying to be nice and agree that the blue suit is nice. But you had to fuck it up, Jay. Whatever. Whatever. That's my response. Whatever. Jay says, I heard folks say people are underestimating him. He's a negative 200. How is he being doubted? Yo, stand this dude up. Victor, let him stand up. Well, I just noticed his leg is all fucked up from leg kicks he received. Then Jay go back to work. Jake Miller says, when you never wear the same clothes twice, there are only so many combos Bruce can have. Yeah, he's been wearing some of the, or re-wearing some of the suits. It's nice to see them a second or a third time, so I can rank them. But I think my top right now, yeah, that red and black is, that might be my favorite suit. Oh, nice job. I think my favorite suit before, and is still top 2, was the black suit with the silver dragonflies. And it's not just because of Coheed. I mean, it is because of Coheed, but it's not just because of Coheed. That's an awesome suit. So the black one with the fireflies, I would say is number 2. I think that was my number 1 before. This red one, though, I'm trying to think of all the suits that I can remember him wearing that I really like. And I think the red one might be my favorite. It was the perfect shade of red. It was a nice, deep blood red. I think that also had to do with it. Yeah, that's my favorite. This one so far. Alright, no one got kicked into Victor Henry's yet. Bruce needs to wear a flamingo suit. Oh my god. His back and forth is hilarious. Dan goes, if he had a black, head on black with a purple top, that would be nice. What shade of purple? Are we talking like a periwinkle? A nice deep purple? I like a dark purple. He said that's some Mexican shit. I don't know, I think Bruce's hair is too cool for an indoor hat. Some people could get away with it. I think he looks fine with just a suit. I don't think he needs a hat. He who will not be named, he can wear a hat. I'm not against him wearing a hat. He goes, hat indoors? He wasn't raised in a barn. Oh, good kick, but it was caught. Oh, that leg kick. His leg is killing him. If Falcao goes with, if he just continues with the leg kicks, he's gonna win by leg kicks. Because Henry is hurting. Alright, we don't need eye pokes too. Falcao was good at catching that kick. He does it with ease. And gets the takedown. I mean, this takedown is basically mercy for Henry's leg. Henry's almost up. Henry's almost up. And back down. Jay has the burrito fight as fight of the night. I will update that. I'm just going to put in parentheses fight of the night. Oh, toes are in cage. Damn, I missed how that guy reversed. Okay, updated details. Burrito, fight of the night. Got you. David says, I don't know how the live odds are for Falcao when Henry has been knocked out. I don't know either. I'm sorry. I don't know either. I mean, he got that one takedown, but maybe the leg kicks? But I don't know if the leg kicks are enough to say that he's, the odds are in his favor. Another takedown. Oh, he's gonna get up and don't get your back taken. Alright. And he was able to put it to his advantage. Good job, Henry. Because that was scary. Nice scramble. Shit, that was a nice exchange. Even on significant strikes for both guys. Damn, that combination from Henry was nice. And both of these guys are just eating these shots like nothing. Me like, I am entertained. Last round. Oh, nice trip from Henry. Yeah. But he ends up on the bottom anyway. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Get back up, get back up. Oh, and he gets his back taken. But he doesn't have a good leg lock in. Come on, Henry. Twist, 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 and nice. Good job, Henry. Shit. Ground and pound, ground and pound. Let's get some blood in this one. There's a little baby taps. For the points. Ground and pound. Victor Henry almost delivered his own Victor Henry. Nice job snuffing that takedown attempt. Some nice short combinations from Henry. Not too much power in those punches, but nice just short combos. Ow, my leg. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, snuffed the takedown, got his own takedown. Watch that leg. And don't grab the cage. Come on, Henry. Good body shot for Falcao. Dude, you gotta do something. You just sit like that. He's gonna stop it. He looks so tired. Come on, don't run away. You still got 11 seconds. That was silly. Hi. When he comes back up, I'll help you with the meatballs. That was a pretty good fight. Except for the very end where both seem exhausted and Henry just wanted it to be over. David has a 30-27 for Henry. I think round 2. I was reading comments. So I'm not really sure about round 2. Round 1 and 3? Yes. Alright. $29.28. How are your Victor Henrys feeling? He says he has a freaky mustache. He looks like he has a regular ass mustache. I'm a weirdo. Joy walking. Howdy, ma'am. Are you enjoying your dinner? Are you eating anything besides rice, or is it just a plate of rice? It was hard for me to see from here. Seaweed and rice. Excuse me. Nice. Look, moving along pretty quickly. Love it. Fight number 4. Stella looks so young. Weird ass commercials. Oh my god. Oh, they're coming onto the cage now. Yay, they're in the cage. Oh, I thought Nunez was the younger one. I will mute that. Oh, I didn't even hear her walkout music. There's commercials for me. And then once the commercials are over, they're already in the cage. I don't remember that ink on her arms from before. It's kind of an odd place to have tattoos when the rest of your arms are bare. I don't remember that being there. Giant star on the shoulder is not my favorite. Very large image right there. Just kind of awkward. Oh, nice kick exchange from both of them. Oh, nice body kick from Nunes. Has either of them thrown a punch yet? I think it's just all been kicks. Oh, there we go. But it was followed by a kick. And these are not gentle taps. I mean, they're fucking going for it. Oof, those kicks. Oh, leg is caught this time, and good balance. Good balance from Loma. If that was an eye poke, it seemed like a delayed reaction. I mean, that was. It seemed like she barely touched her eye, and that was a big delayed reaction. Already got some swelling on the outside right leg of Loma. And you could see some red and swelling on the top of Loma's right foot and ankle from all the kicks that she's been throwing. Oh man, the way she's able to follow up that kick with the jab after. That's a lovely combination. She almost pulled her pants down. Oh, went for a takedown and it looks like it backfired. She should have stayed on the feet. Good elbows. hopefully they stay on the feet. Oh, good inside leg kick from Nunes. Oh, almost clashed heads. Or maybe they did, because it seems like they both hesitated after that. Oh. Loma going for a takedown. Need water. They need to give Chris Tayoni a stick, because he keeps slapping their hand every time they have their fingers in the cage or their toes in the cage. Just give him a stick so he can whack them. Like a teacher with a ruler, just whack. Good job from Loma untwisting herself and not getting into submission, or not getting submitted. Although Nunes is threatening it. Oh, ow, ow. Elbow to the shin. Seems like it would hurt Nunes more. She's gonna get her foot out. And she got her foot out. Don't kick her. Both of them have welts on the outside of their leg. And both legs are out. Nice. Instead, Nunes just gets folded. Let's see what happens with this. Loma might be a little too short in reach to be able to punch her in the face from there. Oh, nope, she's got it. She's good. Ankle is a bit twisted, but she looks okay. that was a dumb commercial. Got 4 minutes, ladies. Don't want to end the fight here. Yeah. This is another one that was really exciting in the beginning. It's just turned weird. I was looking forward to like KO by head kick. That would have been awesome. Slow Borg. Slow Borg. Oh, sorry. I can't stop yawning. And I don't want to have another coffee. No más café. Okay, maybe a little one? Like a little one. Just a little one. Maybe. I'll think about it. Very fuzzy. Let's see if that's better. A little better. So Nunes is content just holding on to her from here. Excuse me, sorry. Yay! Stood them up. Nice. And they're gonna go back down to the ground. Well, Bloomy looks like she got this round, at least. Ooh, we got more votes. Apex over larger arena. I'll keep this up for a little longer before I end the poll. Sometimes I forget we have this feature. Sorry. Okay, I am gonna do just like a small coffee. When the AG comes out, a little one. Little cappuccino. Last 10 seconds. Yay. Nunes goes for her own takedown. Dude, it's fucking over. And she raises her R's. That's hilarious. Oh my god. She raised her arms up with such confidence. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, Dan. They're doing it to me. I can't help myself. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have just like a really small cup of coffee. Give me a little bit of a boost. Because this event has become more of a drag than I thought it was going to. Travis says, quick coffee, it's not good for you. I love coffee. Hold on, let's hear the Nunes is so upset. She's so fucking convinced she won. Come on. Come on. Come on, son. Come on. Travis goes, if you're going to drink caffeine, you might as well drink alcohol as well. No, I like coffee. I enjoy coffee. I'm happy with just coffee. It's my drug of choice. Insert it right into my vein. Like that big one right there. Love it. Did I lower the volume too much? It says caffeine is bad for you. Yeah. I really do just enjoy drinking coffee though. But it has to be, I will admit, I am one of those people where, oh, wait, give me a moment. Minty bets. Shh. Everyone quiet. At least we got to see her a little bit. And they reinforced her buttons, so it's good. What was I talking about? Travis goes, Minty is a 10 out of 10. Everyone here is pro Minty. So I'm definitely one of those folks who I need that first cup of coffee is like just the, and I know many people are like this. the one that's needed just to form sentences like an adult. And then the second one is just to survive the day. Yeah, well, I enjoy the beverage. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't always drink coffee. I really got into it in college. Um, where I was actually fine going going the whole day without coffee. I didn't need it. I'd like to have it every once in a while. And I definitely grew up in a household where when you visited your grandparents, you had a cup of coffee. Like grandma's giving little kids coffee on the weekend. Instead of hot chocolate and cookies, you got a cup of coffee and cookies. So I saw it as like a treat hanging out with my grandparents or like some of my aunts and uncles. Would just make it for the already hyper children because it just made sense to give caffeine to the kids. But that happened every once in a while. So only if you're a wimp. Damn, it must have really been. If I go a week without caffeine, I'll be grumpy the first couple of days and then I'll be fine. But I enjoy the beverage. Like, I enjoy the taste of coffee. I also need the caffeine. But I like the taste of coffee. I like the taste of a latte or a macchiato, something nice and strong. Because that's an old school life hack. Get the kids wired up for an hour and then they crash hard. Pretty much. That's how it was. You had all the cousins around and everybody's fucking going crazy doing shit. Give us some coffee and, later on the night we're all locked in a room probably playing video games or card games or... Actually, we were trying to see who would fall asleep first. Because when you were hanging out with the cousins, you knew not to be the first person to fall asleep. Because if you were going to get some fucked up shit happening to you. And not like super fucked up shit. I mean, it's like toothpaste on you or write marker on you or something like that. Like some sort of prank while you were sleeping. So, good times. Good times. But outside of grandma or auntie's house, I was okay not having it. And then college happened and I needed it in order to get through my classes and work at the same time. And now I drink it because I enjoy it and need it. But I don't know, it depends on the day where one will outweigh the other. Enjoyment versus need. But, that's life. Make sure I don't miss the other comments that are not coffee related. Jay says, pretty rubbish card. Yeah, this is turning out to be a disappointing card. And Travis was talking earlier about how the Apex cards, I believe you were saying, are not your favorite. And I was giving the opposing argument where Apex cards could be cool. And this one is proving me to be a big fat liar. This one is not entertaining at all. Like, it has its moments where it'll start off entertaining and I'm like, all right, this is going to be a great fight. And then it fucking dies. Well, let's see. I'm glad you guys are here so we can all suffer together. Jay says, I stopped having coffee after 3 p.m. I used to not be able to sleep until 2 in the morning. My body is more tolerant of caffeine. I could definitely drink it after 3 p.m. When we have... Actually, sometimes I'll have it. My second cup I'll usually have 2 or 3 p.m. I do not have 2 cups every single day, though. That's not a daily thing. Just depends on how the day is going. And if I'm doing a double shift, I'm having a second cup of coffee. Or if we are doing this and I know I'm going to be up until midnight, 1 a.m., almost 2 a.m., I'm having a second cup of coffee. So it actually doesn't impact my sleep. If we go out, like say I'm hanging out with friends or I'm hanging out with, DEG and Thing 2, and if we go out to eat, I will have a cup of coffee with dinner. Does that make sense for my coffee drinkers? There's something about the dinner cup of coffee that's different, and it doesn't make me wired or super energetic. It actually, I feel more calm, and it helps me to sleep. But I'm not going to have a cup of coffee every night to go to sleep. It's just something about the coffee with dinner or right after dinner that feels good. Or if I have family over after dinner, I'll brew a pot and we'll all have coffee with dessert. I don't know. I think it's situational, but I love it. I don't get headaches when I stop drinking coffee. JL says, my parents made coffee forbidden until I was like 16. They made it seem like it was marijuana. That's odd. He said, one time I had pre-workout and used espresso shots to see what would happen. I was wired to the gills, I'll tell you that. We got McGee versus Frunza right now. Hopefully this stays an exciting fight because the energy output I'm liking so far. If I take a week off from drinking coffee, like if I'm sick, I won't drink coffee. I don't want it. My body doesn't crave it. I won't have coffee while I'm ill or getting better. And then my first cup of coffee, hold on. I will finish that thought in a moment. Just in case this ends up being a stoppage. McGee gets red so easily. The side of his face is so pink. Oh, and look at that swelling at the bottom of Frunza's right eye. I don't think we're making it out of the first round. Yes, Joy Walking Coffee Talk. Please join us in this conversation of coffee talk. She also loves coffee. Oh, did this dude just fall on his face? I think Herzog is gonna stop it soon. Dude, look at the swelling. Look at the swelling under his eye. Oh my god, what if it pops? Oh, short elbow. David says, I hate weak coffee. A lot of places make brown water. I want that stuff black. I like some cream and sugar in my coffee, but I do agree with you on the weak coffee. I get really grouchy if I go to a place and their coffee is shit. Like, I don't care how much I spent on that cup. I will throw it away if it sucks, and I will go somewhere else and get another cup of coffee. Life's too short for shitty coffee. Dan says, see that lion tattoo on his stomach? Actually, what I see right now, Dan, is blood. I can't believe Frunza's still fighting. I thought it was going to be stopped. Jay says, I was listening to Huberman podcast. He said caffeine 7 hours before bed is setting yourself up for bad sleep and low functioning for the next day. I'd say I don't experience any of that. And I do understand that caffeine tolerance is different for everyone, which is why I say my caffeine tolerance, I'd say, is pretty high. Yeah, pretty high, but you know, it's high enough where I was saying if I went out for dinner, I could have a cup of coffee after dinner and I could go to bed with no problem. I have no problem falling asleep, no problem. If I have trouble falling asleep, it has to do more with life, not caffeine. Like if I am very, very stressed, I'm burnt out, it's time for me to take a vacation, I had a shitty day at work, I had a shitty week at work, that's going to impact my sleep. And I'm going to have trouble falling asleep, or I will not have restful sleep, where I might start like grinding my teeth or speaking in my sleep, and DEG will have to wake me up. That happens when I have a pretty shitty week. But coffee won't do that to me. I will say, just a TMI portion of this coffee conversation, I will have some coffee in the morning before a run, but I will not drink. Oh man, look at his eye. Look at him. But I may not drink the whole thing. And the main purpose of that cup of coffee is to get body function started, so that I can have a nice easy run without feeling like I'm gonna poop my pants. So there is something to that. Oh man, that eye is, oh, it was kind of popped because it's really fat and then there's a cut underneath it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see the lip. Oh, I see it now. Oh, and he just licked it. Oh, who had the lip cut like that before? Overeem, right? He has a cut just like Overeem. His eye is about to pop out of his fucking head and just flap around. And then his lip is all like, oh, Lawler, Robbie Lawler. Ugh. He got fucked up. And he keeps licking it. It's the lip. They stopped it because of the lip. Ooh, I want to see it again. I want to see it again. I don't want to see this guy. I'm glad he won. Go away. I want to see his... Look at the lip. And he's smiling. He's smiling like, it's fine. It's fine. My lip is fine. Ooh. That was nice. Ugh. I didn't even get to the cut that was on the other side of his head. It was just like a you know, like a gash here. It was just dripping blood. Oh man, this guy got fucked up. Whew. I just saw Dan's comment now, the let there be blood. Oh damn, we got plenty of blood. Oh, I love it. Travis says, I drink a lot of water, but caffeine helps with bowel movements, especially if you drink it in the morning. So once I quit. So I will comment on that. The once you quit, you become very constipated. At least personally, I have not experienced that, but I try to drink a lot of water throughout the day and throughout the week. Because part of the marathon training is making sure that things can pass easily before you go on a race, so that you don't have to stop at a porta potty. And I would say, even with all of the coffee that I drink, the thing that helps me with that is the water. Lots and... Oh, move it away from your lip. I want to see your lip. I want to see your lip. No, let me see your lip. Oh. Let me see his lip. It's not as bad as Lawler's, though. It's not as bad as Robbie Lawler's. Um, water. Lots and lots of water. So, I don't want to speak for others and say, if you do this, then that's going to happen. But if you stop this, then that's going to happen. But was it that you were drinking a lot of the stoppage of coffee that caused the constipation, or the lack of water? That you weren't hydrated enough. But I try to stay as hydrated as possible to keep the body functioning as it should, even with all the coffee that I drink. Yeah, the doctor that I have now, I've been seeing him since I was 18. I've been seeing him almost 20 years. Fuck. But he's great. I love my doctor. He's an old dude. I think he's probably near 70 as well. And he's awesome. Oh, this is a comment from David while the fight was still happening. He said Reese should have ended the fight when he had the chance. I think it's all downhill from here for him. And then he fucked up the dude's face. Fucked it up. Oh, God. I'm enjoying this back and forth between you guys. Dan says, I don't like my dog. He's a nagging fucker. But he's saying the right things, right, Dan? Like how you should chill out for your heart. It's good nagging. Am I right? To make sure that you stay healthy. That you stick around as long as possible. Dan. I don't know your doctor, but if he's nagging you to stay healthy, I kind of like him. He said probably, but I don't like it. Yep. He's going to have you sticking around as long as possible, sir. All right. Featured prelim coming up. Oh, yay, fight packs. Shit. Ooh, my leg. Is Emmett one of our weird flared ribs guys? I think so. He just know he just has an amazing beard, like Dan. His beard's pretty good. At least from Dan's current photo, I'd say Dan's beard is better. To do some cleanup on Twitch. Oh shit. I will not read it out loud, but that's hilarious. Yeah, he does have nice full facial hair, but I do enjoy long one. It's pretty cool. Can goes, this card isn't that good. Overall, so far, as a whole, it has been a disappointment. That very last fight was excellent. Sadly, it only lasted one round. Um, Man, the amount of damage that was done to this dude's face in one round is crazy. Crazy, crazy. So, one good fight so far. Ken says it's becoming more for the diehards. I miss the big names. Yeah. Dr. Evil is... He might not be in the chat anymore. He's downstairs working out. He's been working out a little more than an hour now, so he should be up very, very soon. I was saying earlier how he's had a pretty week of doing more sessions than normal each day because he had to move around some of his personal training sessions because we did a little road trip to DC. So yeah, he was exhausted from that and then having to do his sessions back to back to back to back to back. So I think he missed training yesterday. He'll talk about the training that he did while we were on the road. Oh, they replayed the Bryce Mitchell one. The Bryce Mitchell knockout. So I'll let him share those details of how it was in the DC Gold's Gym. It's hard to find a Gold's Gym in each state. I think New York has 2 Gold's Gym, and I think downtown Washington, D.C. had like 6, which is nuts. So if we ever go down there again, I'll probably try out other Gold's Gyms, but yeah. Ken asks, where's the Korean woman I saw a week ago? She was in the chat thing too, if you want to throw a cat emoji in the chat. She's just in the living room. Every once in a while, you will see her hand, and we will call her the disembodied hand. It is rare that she shows up on camera, because she doesn't like being on camera. But she did me a favor, and kept me company, because we knew I was going to host that show without DEG. So, Travis instead does it. There she goes. Joy walking, that's her. So, oh, thank you. Can says you're cool and laid back. She gets shy. Appreciate that, Can. She sometimes pops up. Why does it not say feature prelim? I just noticed this. And the couple of times oh, thank you, Can. Dan says you've seen her 2 times in the last 3 years. Yeah, because that was when we went to London. She was on screen, and she was on screen for Berlin. So 3 times. 3 times. He said, I got lucky. You did get lucky. She never shows up on screen. All right, let me up that. It should have said featured prelim. So yeah, but she takes care of our, all the thumbnails are done by her. Majority of the editing is done by her. And she's always here. I love this random comment. Bath and Body Works has a great sale today. Majority body care, $5.95. I have not been inside of Bath and Body Works in so long. I used to love their lotions. I don't know if any more are open here in New York City, but I can't really use that on my body. I could maybe use the hand lotion. Like if someone has the Bath and Body Works hand lotion, I will try it out. Or sometimes I would just walk in there because my hands were ashy and I didn't have any lotion. I did that in high school. Like if my hands were ashy and I wasn't carrying around any lotion, I would just pop in a Bath and Body Works, use a sample lotion, and leave. I can't use that stuff like on my arms and the rest of my body. It'll make me break out. Even if it says for sensitive skin, that shit will fuck me up. What was I about to Google? I don't know. I had a brain fart. I was gonna, oh, Bath and Body. I was curious if there are any here in New York City. Near the Barclays Center. They used to be all around. Now I'm just curious. Hold on. Yeah. And Bodyworks. He asks, did you use their hand sanitizer and even their lip balm now? I haven't seen it in a while since today. No. Hand sanitizer, I use that sparingly. Because I have eczema, so I have to be careful with what sort of skincare products I use on a regular basis. But hand sanitizer will dry me out really, really quickly. So I use that as needed. And actually, it became really difficult to use that during the lockdown, where I stuck to wearing gloves. Oh, you got caught off guard because they have lip balm now. I'm not surprised they have lip balm. I'm not surprised they have hand sanitizer. Everybody fucking sells hand sanitizer now after COVID. Yes. Unscented Dove, safe. Or Dove sensitive that I can use. There was Dove that I used. It's like Dove with shea butter. I had a reaction to that. So, learned that the hard way. Yay. Oh, to love sensitive skin. Or to live with sensitive skin. Actually, there's 3 in Manhattan. Holy shit. And then the one near Barclays, yes. That, Joy Walking's talking about in Brooklyn. Lexington Avenue. Yeah, that's why I was unaware of it, because it's on a particular avenue that I almost never visit, at least these days. And then the other one is in Union Square. I'm almost never in Union Square. Now you have me curious, Can. Probably pop in one of these soon, just to see what's in there. My family, my great-grandfather is from Spain, and my great-grandmother is from Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico and Spain. Most of my family is from Puerto Rico, though. The odd one out is my great-grandfather. He said go to the best reviewed one, maybe. Actually, I think they both have pretty good reviews. I think probably the Lexington Avenue one would be I'd most likely go to. That one's the closest. That seems like an area thing too, and I might walk around and have, you know, lunch, go have some bagels and coffee and do a little sightseeing. Can has Barbosa. Did you give me that pick already? Oh, you did not. Okay. Barbosa. What was I doing? There we go. Travis says, so far my first pick was dead. Ken says, I didn't know y'all were from New York. Yeah. Remind us, Ken, where you're from? I don't remember. We have a handful of tri-state area folks who are in our chat. Yep, you got Victor Henry by decision. Ah. We didn't get Brito yet. I'm gonna mute the TV. Valentine didn't go yet. Brito didn't go yet. Okay. Damn, that's huge for Rebels, huh? David says if Travis goes 4 for 4 with every stipulation correct, I won't bully him for a week. Can's from Virginia. You guys are hilarious. I didn't hear the theme music. I try to keep this low, you know, so that YouTube doesn't go, you're watching UFC. Assholes. Ooh. Tri-state area is, I'm sorry, it's New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. So the 3 states are very close together. So I don't know why people call it the tri-state area, but it's a tri-state area. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. So we have some people, we have some New Yorkers in the chat. We have a few New Yorkers who joined the chat. I gotta think about it. We have one person from Connecticut who actually joins Dr. Evil's driving live streams. And Joyzy. We have Lutch. I think we have some people from Pennsylvania. Yeah, got some people from everywhere. Virginia, called the 7 cities. Alrighty. That I did not know. Are you anywhere near DC, Can? Because we're probably, at that point, we're probably the closest to you will be in a while. Unless we find another cool Gold's gym to drive to. Virginia Beach, Portsmouth, Suffolk, Norfolk, Chesapeake, Hampton, Newport News. Cool, I did not know that. I've never been to, well, my area we call 7 cities. I've never been to Virginia. I have driven through... I have driven through 3 hours from DC. Okay. Ooh, the thingy went off. But it didn't show up on the screen. One day I will fix that. One day. Thank you, David. David says, Travis is a nerd. Nerd! Also known Mets talk is great. Please don't take back your donation. But there might be Mets talk later. Because he will be arriving soon. But I greatly appreciate the donation. And you are our stream sponsor. Boo, boo, boo. Thank you, sir. He donated, which we greatly appreciate. Love the support in all ways that folks are able to support us. Oh, I heard it. There we go. Thank you, sir. Please don't take it back. I can't promise what'll happen when he comes upstairs after training. If I'm here, you know that's not going to be meant to talk. But we appreciate it either way. But don't call the bank and say that it was a false charge. Oh, God. Oh, we got a stoppage. Nice. Can says I'm in the DMV. DC, Maryland, Virginia. Known, okay, the known name is DMV. Makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense. Pretty cool. Oh man, we're gonna have like 20 minutes of fight packs, dudes. Main card doesn't start till 9. Shit. We need whatchamacallit on the soundboard. Nerd. I'd love to add that. Add that to the growing list of things I would love to do for the channel. Nerd. Yes, please, Joy Walking. Do you want to start the Joy Walking, the meatballs? Because I don't know what time this dude is going to be done with his training. But at this point, he's missed the entire prelim. But if you want to start the oven for the meatballs, that'd be greatly appreciated. Begel pa. Ich habe hungrig. On the pack, on the meatball pack, there's instructions on the temperature of the oven. Begel pa. Thank you, Yam. Copying and pasting your Korean text to Google. Can ask. Silly lady. Oh, you want to do a wave? Can was well, you saw in the chat that Can was asking about you. You don't want to do the disembodied hand? No, like it's covered by the chair. It's like I am covering it with my head and the chair.
Your head is too small.
No, but also the chair. Okay. You're good. She lives. So silly. Oh boy. Can asks, does that choke really hurt? I don't know. And that's not something I'd like to learn. He said, good dog, good dog. Dan says, no, it does not hurt. It makes them go to sleep. Yeah, that's a question I'm okay not learning the answer to firsthand. Let me take this off because they're done already. While I would love to learn some form of mixed martial arts, I'm not excited by the possibility of getting punched in the face. See what happens in the future. But that's still a plan for the three of us, is to learn something eventually. Let's see how work goes in life. Can asked, this would be a question for everyone. Favorite chips? What is my favorite chip? Okay, I'm going to name ones that I like before I name a favorite. He said Travis is real silent now. Travis, you still there? Chips that I like. Doritos. Love Doritos. Pringles. Love Pringles. But I like Doritos more than Pringles. I think I'm going to say Doritos. Cool Ranch. The blue bag. I think that's my favorite chip. Favorite potato chip. If anybody wants to share theirs. We need some way to fill the time until the main card starts. And before DEG gets here. Ooh, Cool Ranch, Doritos, Funyuns, and sour cream hers. I do like sour cream. The sour cream and onion flavor chips. Jalapeno chips are great. Barbecue chips are good. They're not my favorite, but they're a reliable flavor. What do you mean fill the time? We got 25 minutes of fight packs. I am so entertained by seeing the same fight pack over and over and over again. And then the same commercial over and over again. Oh my God. Ooh, never been to barbecue unless it's kettle cooked or baked barbecue. I say it's one of the reliable ones because, like, if you're at a party and there's just a bowl of chips, or if you're going somewhere and your contribution is potato chips, barbecue just seems to be a safe option because most people like it. So that's why I say that. What else? Kratos says, Lay's chips have dropped in quality due to the restaurant chain flavored chips they released. Yeah, Lay's is definitely not my favorite. If we're going to buy chips, like sometimes DG will ask for chips. Sometimes DG will ask for chips just during the live stream to have a snack. Lay's is definitely not an option. It's not something we select. But some sort of like funky, some sort of funky flavor that you don't really find in other places. We like to do stuff like that just to try it. Plantain chips are also great. I love some plátano chips. Ken says, are wavy Lays or plain Lays you can bring? Yeah, Never had plantain chips? Oh, they're excellent. You should be able to find that wherever you buy potato chips, plantain chips, at any place. Or if you have, you could really, any place that sells potato chips, you can buy plantain chips. Yes, it's a Spanish banana that's normally cooked. That's why I said plátano chips. We call them plátanos. Yeah, not as sweet, but it's still good, nice and crunchy and salty. Yeah, plantain chips are good. But any store that sells potato chips is going to have that type of chip. If you have a Trader Joe's near you, they have some pretty good plantain chips. They have two different kinds. A small, round, crunchy one, and then the longer, sweet. And also, there's like a jerk seasoning. That's pretty good if you're into that style of seasoning. Kratos says, Lay's launch IHOP breakfast meal chips. I think I remember us having a conversation about this. This is very familiar. IHOP breakfast meal chips and KFC fried chicken flavor chips. He said I have both. They're monkey shit in quality. Oh, let me look that up again. Because this, I'm getting a little deja vu right now. Lay's IHOP chips. One of the flavors is Rudy Tooty Fresh and, oh my god, Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity. Strawberry topped pancakes with syrup and bacon as a potato chip. It's weird. Kratos, David Banner says, yeah, I agree with Kratos. The KFC chips suck. That's really unfortunate because fried chicken flavored chips actually sound like they should be good. Lay's had a summer BLT sandwich flavor. Oh, honey butter chips. Oh my god. Has anyone had honey butter potato chips? That shit is crack. Lay's has one. I haven't tried theirs. I know you could buy them at Korean supermarkets, at Asian supermarkets. Trader Joe's used to have it, and that shit was... They laced it with something, because that shit was so fucking good. I'm nervous to try Lay's, but I haven't seen it around here. Honey butter potato chips is towards the top of my list. They even have ketchup chips. I think I've tried something like that. It's not an American version, though, of Lay's. It seems like it's made for another country. Ken says I wouldn't try no food chips anyway. I definitely try them. I would try them. Kratos says I'm black, and for me to say that about anything fried chicken related is damn near blasphemy. I'm saying I'm surprised that it turned out to be shit because it sounds like a combination that should be good. Like, how could they fuck that up? Ken says I had rib chips and they just taste like smoky barbecue. Yeah. That sounds kind of boring. Or disappointing. Because, I mean, I wouldn't try, like, a burger chip. I would. I I would try a burger chip. Lay's did have a Cuban sandwich flavored chip. That was good. That's interesting. I haven't had a Cuban sandwich in a long time. Really long time. I think it's just a little too heavy. I loved it when I had it. Travis asks, and I'll let other people answer as well, what are your thoughts on dipping regular salted potato chips in ketchup? I think it's kind of weird. I think if someone chooses to do it, I wouldn't be like, what are you doing, weirdo? Although I think it's weird. It's weird. Can has the right idea, except not vanilla frosty. French fries, vanilla frost dipped in vanilla frosty from Wendy's, abso-fucking-lutely. But I had it with the chocolate frosty, and sometimes I would just order French fries and the vanilla frost and the chocolate frosty, no burger or anything else. Although I loved the burgers too. I don't eat it anymore, but at the time I really loved it. But that shit was fucking delicious. Fries dipped in Wendy's frosty. Travis goes, how? It's literally French fries. It's it's fried salted potatoes and ketchup. I know, but it's different. It's really, and I know I'm gonna sound like a fucking weirdo for saying this, but how the potato is prepared matters for me. I love it in the form of mashed potatoes. I love it in the form of a French fry, a baked potato, a potato chip. But I don't like hash browns. Like, I'm just gonna admit that I'm weird when it comes to potatoes like that. It really depends on how it's prepared. Now the potato as a potato chip, it's now I no longer classify it as the same food as a French fry, even though I know it's technically the same food. I know it's technically the same food. It's just in a different form. But I can't. I just... Does anyone else here eat potato chips with ketchup? Or are cool with having potato chips? Ketchup? I don't like hash browns. Do other people like hash browns? I don't like them. Because you lost all credibility by saying you don't like hash browns. Your opinion no longer matters to me. It's just weird. If I am really, really hungry, I'll eat the hash browns. But if I go to a diner, and I love diner food, and I order a plate of eggs, and they almost always come with hash browns, I'm not going to eat the hash browns. I don't know what it is about the potatoes prepared in that way that I suddenly don't like it. Even though I know it's the same shit, it's just a fucking potato. I don't. I think it also depends on who prepares the hash browns. Now, if someone does some homemade hash browns and they're delicious, I'll try it. I'll try some homemade hash browns. But at a restaurant, I'm not eating that shit. Or I have to be really super fucking hungry to eat them. Kratos. Wait, hold on. Make sure I don't miss something else. He says, I used to dip pizza into ice cream when I was in 6th grade. I expect the weirdo comments to start as soon as I finish typing this. That's some weirdo shit. And, oh God. How did that not send you to the bathroom? Just, that really is some weirdo shit, Kratos. What kind of ice cream? But let's really narrow down your weirdo-ness. Was it plain pizza into vanilla ice cream? Pepperoni pizza? Oh, shit. Pepperoni pizza into chocolate ice cream? Whatever combination it is still fucking weird, dude. I wouldn't try that. Can says if it's a house-made fry, I'd like to do ones that are house-made. Yeah, yeah. If someone made hash browns, or like I don't think I've ever made hash browns. If I found a really cool recipe, I would try it out. Kratos says I had a teacher who ate mac and cheese with ketchup. I have seen people do that. I may have tried that once just to see if I'd like it, and I didn't. Mac and cheese is just excellent on their own. You don't need no ketchup. Your teacher was a weirdo. Travis says, what about McDonald's hash browns? They have the best ones. I did try their hash browns. Like if I had ordered like a breakfast combo in high school, I'd have it, but most of the time I would give my hash browns to somebody else. I have had it before. I would eat it every once in a while. Majority of the time, though, I'd either just tell them no hash browns, or I would give my hash browns to somebody else. Yeah, most of the time I said no because I didn't want to waste it. But I have had it before. He said they're like hash patties. Yeah, I know what you mean. And you could buy something similar in the store. You just don't. In response to David's comment, Dan says they're better than the brown. Dip the nuggets in Frosty, Mrs. Evil. I don't think I've tried that. I haven't had that shit in so fucking long. I will admit, I wouldn't be opposed to trying a nugget. Oh God, just saying this out loud. All right, fine. A nugget in a chocolate Frosty, I would try it. I would. I know it's weird, but there's just something about Wendy's chocolate Frosty that is spectacular. I've never done it, but I would try it. But then I'd have to like run home because fast food, or like fast food, but Wendy's, McDonald's, there needs to be a restroom close by. Just saying. Is it vanilla ice cream and pepperoni pizza? No! And the pepperoni pizza makes it greasier. The pepperoni on the pizza makes it greasier. Ugh. Alright. Nah. Nope. That is all yours, Kratos. If there is pepperoni pizza and vanilla ice cream on the table, it's all yours, dude. Can says the sugar in spaghetti is weird to me. That's also weird to me. I don't understand that. I'm kind of afraid to ask you to elaborate on the sugar in spaghetti. I'm a little curious. Are people just boiling spaghetti noodles and then putting sugar on it? I don't understand. My stomach kind of is twisting thinking about it. Hey, what's wrong? Sugar and spaghetti is good. Like, I will add sugar to if I'm making a sauce from scratch. If I'm making a tomato sauce from scratch, which we've been doing more and more of that, or a marinara from scratch, we've been learning how to do that. There's definitely some sugar in there to help make it a little sweet, but it's just like a bit of sugar, like, you know, a spoon. But sugar in their spaghetti? Nah. No thanks. Like, my stomach is just like a little uncomfortable now, just thinking about it. Like, now I'm gonna burp. Sorry, excuse me. That made me so uncomfortable it gave me gas. Just thinking about it. That's so bad. Oh man. Giving me indigestion just thinking about that shit. Ken says I dip my Chick-fil-A hash browns in Chick-fil-A ranch. Is that weird? I wouldn't say that's weird. I don't think that's weird. Travis says you got to put the hash brown inside the bacon, egg, and cheese McMuffin. Okay, you have something there. I would eat it that way. Now it's different. I would do that, Travis. I would. I mean, you know, if I ate McDonald's again, but I would do that. Credo says, not once did I ever run to the bathroom due to that as well. You have an iron stomach, sir. Iron stomach. Because I'm telling you, just thinking about that, I might have to burp one more time. David goes, yeah, Credo says something wrong with him. Something's very wrong. Credo says, then again, this is the guy who thought putting cold caramel sauce on a warm burger. So that's weird. That's weird. It's weird putting the caramel sauce on the burger. But if you have like sweet bacon, not caramel bacon, although if you, wait, one moment, people. Shh. I don't know what she said. And he said high beam on. That skirt was struggling. That skirt barely covered anything. I hope she does not have to bend down and pick anything up from the floor. Or maybe I do. I don't know. We all had a moment of silence as we pretended to listen to what she was saying. I mean, it's kind of like when she's on the screen, it's a similar effect. Like if a fucking, if a Scottish dude was speaking. I have no idea what you're saying, dude. We're gonna go rob a bank? What? Just, I don't know. But you're saying words. Great. Yeah. Minty, are we gonna go rob a bank? What do you need me to do, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. What comment was I up to? Some of those comments I'm not reading out loud. Hi. Oh, you missed Minty Bets. It's this lady who's very, very attractive, who, when she goes on the screen, everybody stops talking. I think you'd like her. I'll let you know when she comes. Whoa. Do I have to stop the stream? So, next fight. Let me make sure I don't miss these comments. Wait, what? Oh, Kratos says, I thought that was a good idea, but my stomach disagreed. Okay, here goes one where the stomach disagreed. Dan says you have to make them yourself. David says, Kratos, are you in jail or some shit? Why do you have these combos readily available? Ken says, I put syrup on my bacon since a kid. You love it. Yeah, I love syrup on my bacon. If I'm having some pancakes or some French toast or waffles, give me some bacon, put that shit on top. Fucking delicious. Dan said that woke Mr. Evil up. Yep. He's suddenly back in the chat. Y'all are idiots. Babe, you coming up anytime soon, or am I hosting this whole show by myself? I'm a little hungry. That's awful.
I can't put it both in the oven.
Thank you.
And then I should not cover, right?
No, you don't have to cover.
Okay.
Well, I'm not having coffee now. I was going to try to have that a little earlier. I thought the first fight was about to begin. I still have commercials. I've noticed that they've been, at least for the non-pay-per-view fights, they've been pushing the commercials all the way up until the point where fighters are in the cage, just to like squeeze in a few extra commercials. So I don't really see the fighters getting prepped outside the cage much, unless it's the main event or the co-main event. Oh, Danny, you have to hear him say it out loud. Kratos says, after the caramel sauce and the burger situation happened, we ended... Oh! Oh, no! You say you had to buy a new toilet due to the plumbing of the old one being clogged by me. Oh, fuck. That was a really expensive experiment, huh? And I'm eating that. Excuse me. I said no, we have a dual flush toilet, costs around $500. Those are pretty cool. Ours also has a dual where both of the handles, like it splits. So you could just do one or you could do both. And then some have the dual on top. You can do one or the other. I'm glad they started making them like that. Alright, he stopped talking. Yours are on the top. Yeah, ours, it looks like a normal handle, but they're actually split in two. Alright, Vinny versus Valentin. I totally missed it. What's the height difference between these two guys? Because Finney looks like a midget. Yeah, Finney is all traps. He looks like a fucking midget compared to Valentine. Holy shit. Dude, just picked him up like nothing. 5'8" versus 6'2". That's crazy. Thank you, David. This dude is strong. Mm-hmm. DG says, Finny beat me up by fighting on TV where I can't see it. He's scary looking. Yes, he is a bully right now. That's nuts. You got the shorter dude bullying you like that. It does. And I'm really curious if this goes to the second round, is he going to be winded? I hope not. I hope that's not the case. But let's see. There, I was going to allow you to say that. If I do it, I'm just going to fuck it up. So... we got toes in the cage. He said Vinny is a sniffer. They're on the ground now. Yeah, yeah. He's lifted him up at least twice. Three times now at least. If this dude isn't out of breath in round 2, holy shit. Makes him even scarier. Alright, now Finny's just standing here. Alright, round 2 is going to be very interesting. Ooh. Oh, so in between rounds I have to do my Duolingo. Okay. Don't want to lose my streak. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. No, not smoke alarm. You would know it's a smoke alarm. We have the talking one that goes fire, fire, fire. It was the oven, and I had to just take the stuff out real quick. Also, it would be really bad if the smoke alarm went off right now because DEG is downstairs, and the button to press so that we get to stop is really high up. So it would be very difficult for Thing 2 and I to get it to shut up. Okay. I missed the first minute and a half. How is the cardio looking for Finney? It seems like it's fine because he's already back to grappling. Oh, Valentine's going for an armbar. Oh, holy shit. Picked him up and slammed him. This dude is a fucking bully. David says, my dumbass neighbors in my old apartment used to set off the fire alarm smoking weed like every 2 weeks, and it would be an hour ordeal because they would force us to evacuate to make sure the firefighters come to turn off the building ones. Oh, wow. That's awful. That's fucking awful. Would that happen in the winter as well? I could just imagine. I can't even imagine, actually. They wouldn't get fined for doing that? Oh, he's holding onto the cage. He's holding onto the cage. Beltran. That... he was really holding onto the cage. David says, yeah, they got kicked out after like 2 months, but it was annoying standing outside and having to just wait with everyone in the building. That is fucking annoying. When we lived in Brooklyn, one of the times we lived in Brooklyn, the neighborhood we were in, there were a lot of old houses. Dan says, this is not fighting. Yeah, this is not. Oh, I mean, a lot of grappling, but they both seem to be exhausted now. There were a lot of old buildings, and there were fires often. So that would make us really nervous because, and actually the fires still happen because I still get in that neighborhood, not far from Prospect Park. Because I still sometimes get the notifications on my phone when there is a really large fire, and they'll send out an alert to anyone who's signed up for alerts for Brooklyn, which I still have those turned on just in case. My mom still lives in Brooklyn. But I remember one of the homes that was directly across the street from our apartment building, that one completely, like, the fire was so bad nobody could live in that home. I don't know if they fixed it yet. Hopefully they fixed it because it's been years. There was just one particular neighborhood where there were just fires all, I don't want to say all the fucking time, but pretty often, where it felt like it was all the time. And then you're worried because you're like, well, I don't want my apartment building to go on fire. I mean, the building was old, but it seemed sound enough where we wouldn't have a fire, but you never know. But yeah, I just felt like we lived in a very flammable neighborhood, and I'm glad that we don't live there anymore. I think the building codes now here in New York, and I don't know what year this started, but I think in the apartment complexes, I think it's now required that they have sprinklers in every room. So this is the first apartment we've lived in. I don't think Harlem apartment had this, where there is a sprinkler system in every room. And this might be a new building requirements here in New York, fairly new. So my concern now isn't that we're going to have a fire. My concern is that we're going to burn food, and the smoke alarms, we're going to burn food on a day that DEG is not here. The smoke alarm is going to go off, and I'm not going to be able to get to it in time, and the sprinkler system is going to go off and wet everything. I guess it's a good problem to have. Well, Beltron's tired of it. Yeah. It's like all your stuff would be flooded. It would, I mean, and all the electronics in here, that would be pretty fucking awful. And they're back on the cage. I mean, this is as a bunch of these fights have started off looking like they're going to be promising. Like this one looked like Finney was going to be the bully, and it was going to be fun and aggressive. A couple of ladies fights were like, you know, sort of like that, where it started off pretty aggressive, and we're like, ooh, they're here to fuck each other up. And then 45 seconds in, we learn that they're not here to fuck each other up. They're here to just do other things. And Finney is just #1 crotch sniffer. I mean, he's going for top award. He wants to win that crotch sniffer title. And I'd say he has my vote for it. Who's a better crotch sniffer than Finney right now? This is really bad. And he just stays there. Dan says Valentin is a true fighter, but Finney is just closing him down by holding him. Yeah. It really is pathetic because Finney will go for this takedown and he's just holding him. He's not making an attempt to do anything with this position. He's just content with sniffing the crotch and staying there for the duration of the fight. It's like a standing blanket. You know, like, or the standing lay and pray. It's the crotch, sniff, and pray. It's the sniff and pray, because it's a tongue twister and I can barely speak right now. It's a sniff and pray instead of a lay and pray. He's not doing anything. Wow, it gets worse and worse. Do you think there's an argument to be made that Finney might be cut after this? Yeah. I'd say there's an argument here to cut him after this performance. Because right now he's not attempting to fight at all. He just wants to keep his head in this dude's crotch. It's egregious. Travis says ESPN currently has Finney at 5 significant strikes landed the entire fight. And he's raising his arms. This is fucking awful. There are no winners in this one. All losers. We have all lost. It's so bad. It's so bad. And it's even worse because it started off so exciting. Like I had some hope that we were going to have a nice fight by the bullying. And nope. It was, can I use your balls as a pillow? Yeah. Yeah. David says this is exactly what people mean when they say fight night cards suck. That really fucking sucked. Don't make David take his money back.
What is he talking about? What is David Banner talking about right now?
That's why I said don't make
Travis
David...
is a nerd. Also, no Mets talk is great.
No, don't make him take his money back. Don't do it. He's our stream sponsor. He came in with the phone. It's playing. You can hear it.
He'll be alright.
See, David, no.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry. I still appreciate you, David. But I'm gonna go get dinner now that he's here. Freaking, he wants me to starve.
So,
do you see
Travis,
this, guys?
you know what's really funny?
He wants me to starve.
You know what's really funny?
I'm hungry.
Travis harped on...
And I wanted to get a cup of coffee.
Travis is harping on one slight misplay that did not even result in the runner taking an extra base. Like, Ronso has been really good on defense since the season started.
Oh, wait, I thought I finished this. Shit, sorry.
Thank you.
Water, Dunkin'. Hold on, sorry.
Very bubbly. Hey, look, this looks very fancy.
Very fancy. Woo! 480-day streak. Right here attacking me and shit. Okay. BRB, so I can make myself a plate of food.
Yep.
Man, that fight was fucking awful.
The big bruiser won though, right? Because the other guy just couldn't do anything.
Huh? Finney won. The one that
Yeah. That dude still looks scary though. I don't want to be stuck in that alley with that motherfucker.
Well, you know, he just wants your balls, so.
That's another reason why.
Yeah, you did miss some snoozers.
I was watching the fights downstairs. There was a really nice head and arm choke by one of the ladies. That was very, very nicely done. Very technically done. Go back to that page real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Special shout out in defeat to Daniel Frunza, one of the toughest SOBs I've seen in a while. That dude got knocked down 3 times in the first round and then just got up swinging. Don't listen to Travis, Dan. Travis is a sad Yankees fan. That's mad. He's still sad and emotional because a player chose not to sign with his favorite team. Don't listen to him. Juan Soto can make one error in the field the entire season, and people like Travis will be like, see, he committed that one error on May 27th. Yeah, you know, and I have to say, you know, I've been very critical, but, you know, instead of getting better at hitting, they want to, you know, fuck around with the bats. Like, why not just get better at hitting? You know? Why not just get better at hitting? You know? Yeah, and my criticism, Travis, is the same for every player. You know, we've been using the same bats for 140 years. What the hell why do you need to manipulate the bat when you can just learn how to hit? But in defense of the Yankees, because I have to be fair, there was a really good video that was just released today from a content creator on YouTube called the Baseball Bat Bros, and basically they do a bunch of challenges and they review baseball bats, and he just put out a video today about the torpedo bats and used, you know, ash and maple bats and, you know, different versions of, you know, regular bats and, you know, the torpedo bats, and they found that the average exit velocity was the same across the top 10 swings that were taken. They found that there was no difference in exit velocity. But he did say that the bats felt lighter to swing because of the balance of the bat has been changed. So, you know, I was originally very pissed off, like David, about them manipulating bats and all that stuff. But I think a lot of people, it caught a lot of attention because of the 20-run barrage that the Yankees put on the Milwaukee Brewers. But when you actually take a step back and you look at it, it really does not change the performance, because for the balls that are hit, toward the end of the bat, they lose a lot of the advantage. So they may gain, some balance. They may gain some balance advantages toward the label, but they lose a lot toward the end of the bat. So, so in seeing that statistically it doesn't really make that much of a difference, it's very hard for me to remain so angry knowing that this stuff has been put to the test, right? Yeah, so yes, yeah, exactly. So the guys using the torpedo bats do get one advantage, but then there is a disadvantage to using those bats too. So the jury is still out. How you doing? Yeah, that kind of sailed through the zone a little bit. Yeah. Dewey Cooper? Who's that? Base hit. Can he go first or third? Nah. It's a trade-off. If you hit the ball in the end of the bat, you're fucked. But for guys like Volpe who consistently hit the ball more toward the handle, it works out. Agreed. The guy that puts his one finger in... Oh no, that's the black dreaded Paul Heyman. But either way, I think it makes baseball more fun to watch because who doesn't like seeing the ball get crushed? I like seeing the ball get crushed by guys who know how to hit. Like if I was watching the Tour de France and I want to see the best cyclist in the world, that's good. But then you get some bitch ass with some training wheels on his bike trying to compete. Like, just learn how to ride, motherfucker. Wow, that is a 9-inch reach advantage. That's crazy. I'm in the minority here, but I'm all about pitching duels. I would rather see a low-scoring game where a guy gets 12 Ks than a high-scoring game. I just want the game to play out naturally. There's a lot of value to having a pitcher's duel, and there's a lot of value to seeing, your team manufacture runs, with speed, timely hitting, intelligent knowledge of the strike zone for both pitchers and hitters. So for me, I just love baseball, I don't know, but if we're getting games with scores in the 20s, I'm all for that. Nah. High action, you don't need team scoring 20. Oh, in the dirt. What is this weird hand signal that Ode Osborne is doing? And he chased. God damn it. Back foot slider. That was our best chance to get a run here. Hey, yo, pause, Travis. Yeah, down 2-0 in the eighth. And we thought that the pitching was going to be the weakness of the team. The hitting has been terrible. It just seems like all the Mets are just trying to be like, you know, fucking heroes. And they're gripping the bats too tight. Everybody wants to be a hero, you know? Yeah, so it was a lot of back and biceps torture. No, Travis, Lindor's been using the torpedo bat, and he can't hit for shit right now. You know, maybe they would do better if they just, you know, hit like they're supposed to. Wow, if he hits a home run here, I'm going to lose it. Because he'd be a single away from the cycle. He's not going to hit a home run here, but that would be fucking cool. Ooh, Odell Osborne almost got knocked out with that high kick. I like how he grabbed the kick and then tried to time him letting go of the kick and then letting go with a kick of his own. I really like that from Odell Osborne there. I looked away for 1 second and then turned, and Odell Osborne is on his back. Pause.
This not gonna happen. It was pretty aggressive.
I wouldn't be, you know, I wouldn't be upset if Garul is like, you know what, let's get this on the ground because Odell Osborne is all limbs. You know, the thing is, like, we don't like crotch sniffers, all right? Especially, you know, people like Dan Jensen, right? But Garul is he's got a 9-inch reach disadvantage, 73 to 64, right? So a lot of times we want to be very critical of fighters who try to avoid striking. But if you're Garul, either you have to go with a very kick-heavy attack, or you're going to have to get the fight to the ground.
Yeah, but the issue with grappling today...
Oh! And that was almost a home run! I said he's not going to hit a home run, and then he almost hits a home run. The outfielder should have caught that ball, though. That was a really tough catch, but I think he should have caught it. What is that shite on his back, Garul? Intestines? It's probably a dragon. It's a dragon. Let me see if there are any Dragon Balls there. Because it might be a Dragon Ball Z thing, but no. Yeah, it looks like it'd be a snake or an eel, but I'm pretty sure it's a dragon. Oh, look. No, he wasn't going to catch that. Springer took a bad route to that ball. Otherwise, he should have caught the ball. He definitely should have caught that ball. Soto is really working on his base running. I got to give him a lot of credit. Is he pointing to where he put the steroid needle? Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
he did this whole thing and then whoa! Is that where you're doing the steroids? Travis, you probably should have STFU about the Mets losing. You probably should have shut up. I hope Prates just knocks this thing out, yo. My only issue with Prates is him bragging about how many cigarettes he smokes every day. That's just awful. Not a good message to send to young fighters. It's not good for him either. And if he ends up falling short of championships aspirations, the first thing that we're going to talk about is, well, thanks, Travis. Yes, you did. I think that you put your damn banner. But if he doesn't reach his potential as a fighter, people are going to point right to his smoking habits, especially if he starts struggling with his cardio, because he has not. I'm not sure if he actually has fought 5 rounds in UFC yet, right? So when in the fourth, if he's doing well and starts to slow down a little bit in the final 3 minutes of the third round, and then ends up getting dominated rounds 4 and 5, people are going to say, well, that's why you're not going to be a champion, because you're a fucking chain smoker. Every fight starts on the feet. In Ode Osborne, you can see this reach disadvantage for Garul. I mean, I can't. Oh! He killed him! Oh, I thought he was dead! Yep, he's dead. And I was just talking about the reach disadvantage. Oh!
Herzog gave him a chance.
And again, if he would have been like, you know what, I want to take this to the ground, I wouldn't have been mad. A 9-inch reach disadvantage is fucking crazy. I don't give a fuck who it is. John Jones won a lot of his fights on his reach advantage. He's got stupid long arms. Boom! With the left. Ooh wee. Yeah, especially at 125. Oh! Garul, he's a tough cookie, man. But he didn't have anything left after that. Yeah, just unanswered shots. That looked like prison loving. Pause.
Paul Heyman's happy.
That's what I was saying. The Jamaican Paul Heyman. Did you watch that clip I sent you?
Not yet.
Please do. I don't want to ruin it, obviously, but if you watch WWE, don't talk about SmackDown last night. Let her watch the clip for herself. Off the plate. Don't call that strike, bitch. No, I'm calling him the Jamaican Paul Heyman because it has a ring to it and he's got dreads.
Oh, bro. if you've got dreads, I mean.
Damn, Vientos just can't do a goddamn thing. But remember, the only thing I have to say, David, is I'm not a racist. Ha 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 ha. And look, Dan, look at this. Right on cue. Right on cue. That's crazy. All right, so guys, this is what I was doing in the gym today. I was working on vertical pull and then hip biceps. So this is what I did. I did that scap retraction warm up, the chest supported. With the, I did 4 sets of 10. 1 set with the 15-pound dumbbells, then the 25s, then the 35s, and the 45s. Then I did the lat pull down warm up. 10 reps at 40 pounds, 10 reps at 70 pounds, 10 reps at 100 pounds, 5 reps at 130 pounds, 5 reps at 160 pounds, and a new high for warm up. For the warm up, 3 reps at 190 pounds. Right?
Oh, excuse me.
Then I went and did pull ups. First set I did 8. Second set I did 7. Then another 7. Then another 7. Then I went and did the lat pull down again. And I did the lat pull down again. And then I did 2 sets of 6 at 175. Then I did 2 sets of 6 at 145. And that was medium pronated grip, right? And then when I went to close neutral grip, I did 2 sets of 10 at 145, and then 2 more sets of 10 at 115.
This is what DM put.
Yeah, that, I mean, yeah, like, so I have been converted. That smack when guys get knocked out in the Apex is awesome. I've been saying this for years. Apex fights are way better. And somebody in the comments earlier, because I was kind of looking at the comments earlier, when they go to the larger arenas, the cage is 30 feet. When they're in the Apex, it's 25 feet. So when you get these guys that don't want, when you get these guys that don't want to fight, when they have the smaller cage, especially the guys that want to run, it's way harder to run from your opponent in a 25-foot cage than a 30-foot cage. I remember when there were no fans in there, so you could hear the coaches and you could hear that big bang, hold that way better in my opinion. So then I did that. Then I did the lat prayer. I did a warm up at 50 pounds. Then I did 2 sets of 10 at 70. That shit fucking hurt. And then I came back to 50 for 2 more sets. Then I did so I went to biceps. I did my drop sets. I normally do 3 sets of the drop sets. But I did. He said Chelsea Handler could run no matter what. She was the one that was getting fucked up and then turned her back and ran.
Oh, yeah.
In 2 different fights. So I have this drop set thing that I do. These are standing dumbbell curls. And I do them both together at the same time. Right? I get together 3 weights. So it's 5, 5, 5 all in one set. So I grab the heaviest set, 5 reps. I put them down, immediately grab the next one, do 5 reps, immediately grab the next one, do 5 reps for a set of 15, and that's 1 round. So today, I did 4 rounds of 15 of the heaviest weight with the 55-pound dumbbells, then drop them, grab the 45s, and drop them and grab the 35s. So 5. So 5 with the 55s, 5 with the 45s, 5 with the 35s for a set of 15. I was actually able to do that. I was able to do that for 4 rounds today rather than the customary 3. And part of it is because I was on the stem pre-workout today. And then I went to the seated incline bicep curl at 30 pounds. I did 4 sets of 10. But I really do think the reason why I was able to do that is because mostly because I think I was on the stem pre-workout today. But I'm not going to be mad about it. I'm just going to take the whatever extra that my body had to give today.
Yeah.
But I also had 2 days off too.
Especially, well, I was gonna say, especially with.
But those driving trips really fucked up my body, and it put a lot of stress on my mind too. Tomorrow I'm gonna squat and deadlift. I'm gonna try for my top sets. I'm gonna try for 2 sets of 10, maybe even 11. With the barbell back squat. And I'm going to still try for 4 sets of 9 on the deadlift at 315.
Okay. Do you want to give a quick review of the DC Gold Gym? Or was it giving them a quick update of like what we were doing this week and the reason why you needed to nap and work out?
Oh yeah. Because I was really fucked up. Yeah, so we tried to get up early in the morning on Wednesday to drive to DC. I needed a little bit more sleep, so we wanted to leave around 6 a.m. We left closer to like 7:45. 4.5, 5 hours on the way there because we did have to stop for gas. I was staying close to the speed limit because I was driving south, not north. And I don't know how they will deal with a black man driving a late model Mercedes-Benz, 10 miles over the speed limit, so I didn't chance it. So I stayed within 8 miles of the speed limit. What was in DC? Just a trip because you wanted to? Because they wanted to.
Cherry Blossom Festival.
So I did the drive.
Cherry blossoms.
And then obviously she always looks for a bodybuilding gym, wherever we go. So she found a Gold's Gym pretty much in the heart of DC.
And DC has multiple Gold's Gyms. It's kind of crazy how many.
Wait a minute. Something. Oh, Liberty Twitcher has followed. Let's see if there's a comment with that. Do you still get DOMs? That is a great question. I'm going to answer that question for you in a second. Because that is a great question. Fuck yeah.
I wish there was
yeah, but we could see the timestamp on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to see what time that came in. Damn. If you access your Twitch app, and you go to the stream, you'd probably be able to find it. Oh, just a few minutes ago. Okay. Sorry, Liberty Twitcher. Okay, so let me finish.
And welcome.
Welcome, yes. Oh my God, she's gorgeous.
Shh. 1 second, folks.
I don't care what she's saying. She looks.
That's what I was saying.
Oh my God.
That's why I compared Minty being on the screen to like if there was a Scottish dude. I don't.
Yeah.
What are you saying? I don't know. Let's go rob a bank together. Sure.
Well, sure. Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Dan was like, wait, she was talking. Oh man, she's ooh.
Who we talking about?
Sorry, I got distracted, Liberty Twitcher. Okay, so there was a Gold's Gym right in the heart of DC, and so I was working on horizontal pull work, and the layout of the gym was pretty cool. The things that I liked about the gym, the layout was very, very good. The machinery that they had was consistent. It was in good condition. The gym was clean. The employees were friendly. They had 2 trainers that were on staff. Both of them were jacked. So that was pretty cool. The only real demerit that I have about the gym itself was actually there's kind of 1.5. Number one, their Gold's Gym merch was not area specific whatsoever. Like when I went to Berlin, I got a Gold's Gym Berlin shirt. When I if we go to California, I want the California branded shirts. They just have regular ass shirts. I did get a hat and 2 shirts. They're really cool design shirts, but I really would have rather them have like actual like DC Metro, because I want to collect like this Muscleworks shirt, right? Muscleworks Gym, London, right? So I got several of these, right? Like I said, the dumbbells went up to 120 pounds. That was pretty good. The layout was great. I looked at their hack squat. It looked smooth. I saw a girl was using it. The hack squat was smooth as hell. Everything was good. The Wi-Fi was very reliable, the whole bit. The demerits would be no, area branded or region branded gear. And the girls were subpar in appearance. Because sometimes you go to the gym, you look around, there's a hot chick. You'll never talk to her. But just looking at her increases your performance. Well, I didn't have a whole lot to get my performance increased. But the biggest demerit for the experience was the fact that how do I want to describe this? There are men in the world who wishes they were girls, and they want the attention that the girls get. So this one particular wannabe girl kept trying to get into my peripheral vision every fucking chance they could get. Wherever I went in the gym, they were in the mirror off to the side trying to, so I can look at, like, nigga, go away. Just go away. The frauds in Florida. The frauds in Florida with, the frauds in Florida. They're not and Florida. Florida doesn't have, like, a lot of frauds in it, I don't think. But the frauds located in Florida, I would say, are the very worst. Because at least with Andrew Tate, like, he's trying to get you to just be the best. The frauds in Florida want to profit off of red pill rage. And that's not, it's just, it's the worst. It's when you try to represent the truth as a lie for profit, you are the absolute worst. Andrew Tate is an idiot that has stupid opinions, but they're just opinions. And I don't know who Andy Elliott is, and frankly, I don't give a fuck. But anyway, so I'm really tired of, like here in New York, most of the gay dudes that are in the gym, like they'll try to hit you with some, faux femininity if you give them a chance. But usually, if you're not, if you give them the body language that you're not on that time, they leave you alone. Mm-hmm. This dude, which is like, no, I want you to look at me and please give me attention. Nigga, get the fuck out my mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
So that shit was really pissing me off. Like, it's all right if they have like a bunch of mediocre looking women. It's still helpful. It's still helpful, like, to, have, she might be a butterface, but at least, like, maybe she's got something on her that I'm like, ooh, that looks, inviting. Let me squeeze the muscle a little harder, right? But when you got these dudes that, and there's a subsection of these guys that they don't want to date gay men. They want to try to get the attention of a straight man, which I find to be the worst of the worst. If you're into men, go find men that are into men. Get the fuck away from me. So that really did kind of bring down the experience there. But, other than that, like I said, the gym itself was all right. The gym culture was kind of middling. You didn't see, too many people that, like, were, like, associating with each other. So it didn't really seem like a really inviting or, like, great gym culture. There were, the only people that talked to each other were the gay guys talking to each other. And then, you had pairs of girls that stayed to themselves. And,
It's possible that population that was missing, maybe they work out in the very early mornings or after.
I mean, possibly, but, I can only report what I saw. So the gym culture was not, like, overly, like, great as far as, like, super duper friendly. I mean, the employees were great, but it wasn't, like, really, you know what I mean? So, overall, I would give the gym itself an 8.5 out of 10. I would give the social experience a 5.5 out of 10. And really one person dragged the number down.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a gay man, like, we might kind of make fun and make jokes, but I don't really have anything against you. But, and I know, some guys that are bisexual and homosexual that are, like, they're cool dudes that, you can associate with, and it's all good, and they won't make it weird, right? But then you got these other guys that are like, I'm gonna make this straight man want to be with me. Get the fuck out of here with that. You're the same toxic of the guys that harass girls and just kind of like in their face. You're no different than them. And you don't get a free pass because you're part of one of the protected groups. Right? Like, if you're really cool with, if you're a gay dude, find other gay dudes to put the gay shit on. Like, I made it very clear, like, I'm not giving you no kind of play. Stop trying to get in the mirror to get into my line of sight. Get the fuck away from me. And it would be one thing if it kind of happened sparingly, because people should be able to move around the gym and occupy the space that they're in freely. But no matter where I went, he was right off to the left, right off to the right, to make sure that I had a straight line of sight, no matter where I went in the gym. Unacceptable. Take that shit somewhere else. So, I did have a really good workout. And that weight belt that I told you guys about, man, yo, phenomenal. Because when you do a barbell bent over row, you obviously it's a back exercise, but you have to put a whole lot of stress on your hamstrings, quads, and low back. It took the low back right out of it. I was able to stay stable and to keep the tension. And I was able to just focus on killing the back. Awesome. Right? So, I did the barbell bent over row. My working sets were 2 sets of 8 at 225, 2 sets of 8 at 205, 2 sets of 8 at 185, and then I did the cable row.
You want me to ring the bell for Liberty?
No, they've seen you guys. I showed you guys the
Liberty.
Oh, my bad. I got it.
Liberty hasn't seen it.
My bad. So, and we just watched a powerlifting competition where the majority of the lifters had this SBD lever weight belt. SBD powerlifting. This belt is just a cheat code. This is the 13 millimeter version of the belt. It by far,
Excuse me, sorry.
I would probably say by far, no, that wouldn't be fair. It is, because I only just now started using this, so I can't say that this is the reason for my success in the gym, because I just got this, right? But the Versa grips are the number one over the last 2 years that have helped me get a lot of my gains. But this is a cheat code for deadlifts and squats. Now, here's the thing. If you go to the SBD apparel website, it is the most expensive piece of gear that they have, but I swear to you it's worth it. I swear to you it's worth it. Dan Jensen says, do they sell them in grown-up size so meat can get one? That's messed up. Absolutely. us.sbdapparel.com. I just want to make sure. I'm going to type this SBD apparel. .com. I believe that is the website. Let me put it in here so that yeah, I typed it in correct. Yes, it is. Yep. It is $280. But I highly, 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 highly recommend it. I mean, one of the reviews that I saw was really legit when they said, buy once, cry once. Buy once, cry once. GM3 is about to get knocked the fuck out. I highly, highly recommend that weight belt. Highly recommend it. Okay. Yes, it's $280. Yes, after, shipping and taxes, probably going to run you about, I think after all of that, I paid about $305, right? I met a dude in the gym with the 10 millimeter version of the belt. He's had it over 7 years. So it's a buy once, cry once type of situation. Highly, highly recommend. I should have a review. I should have a review of the Nike Metcon 9 fitness shoe. I should have a review for you guys on the Dr. Evil Genius channel.
I put this up here because this started getting...
I know. This guy is an idiot. Look what Travis said. Just tie a shoelace around your belly and you'll be good. Okay. I'll look at a couple of these comments. Let's go up. The funny thing with Tate is that everything he starts off saying makes sense, and you're like, oh, this guy might be onto something, and then he just starts going off on a tangent and sounds stupid. I could not agree with you more. That's really, really good. And the thing is, like, he, I think that he conflates the good manhood advice, and then he just kind of starts putting his weird political opinions and his political opinions are decidedly like there's a total lack of research in his opinions. So, for instance, he was talking down on Juneteenth, which is weird because he's a black man himself. Oh, it's something that the ninjas in the hood, came up with. Juneteenth was the celebration of the liberation of slaves. Foundational Black Americans, and Juneteenth has been celebrated since the 1860s. So even though Tate is a former championship level kickboxer, so he's got talent, there are things that he says that are accurate. But when you start talking about history and politics and all that other stuff, he's decidedly he's just not well versed. And it'd be one thing if he said it as an opinion, but to make proclamations as if they are inalienable truths that should never even be questioned when you're just flat out wrong, it really does call into question everything else you have to say. David Banner says, I don't follow any of those fools, and I haven't heard about the Tates for a couple of years before they came to USA. I don't hear about the frauds until I come here. Just, who the fuck is that other guy? Yeah. Elliot is a guy who tries to teach people how to be a good salesman, but he always comes off extremely douchey. Yeah, I don't know who he is, and I don't really care. Dan Jensen says, normal rainbows, okay, but pushing rainbows, not okay. Could not agree with you more. Travis says, the only people a part of the whole alphabet community that I can't stand are the T's, for the simple fact that they affect me and my future children. I don't understand how they would do that. Regular G's don't affect me, so I don't care about them. You're going to have to explain that a little bit better, Travis, because I don't understand how the T's really affect you or your kids. My problem is that the liberals are trying to teach the kids how to do this other stuff when that's not how they normally go about things. So yeah, you're gonna have to explain that one. I want to answer Liberty Twitcher's question. Do you still get DOMS? DOMS. DOMS is an acronym that stands for Delayed Onset Muscle Soreness. Okay? Now, I've been hanging around, the fitness world for I've been kind of hanging around, fitness concepts for about 30 years. I got into it professionally about 12 and a half years ago. Somewhere in that range. So this is my 13th year of coaching. And, I've been through a lot in my life. And, depression really has taken its toll on my life in a bunch of different ways. And, one of the ways that depression shows up for me is my inability to eat. And then what ends up happening is that when I go long periods of time without eating, I know that I can't train, so I'll go long periods of time without training. So I've had times where the depression sets in and it prevents me from working out, and then I have to start over again. Mm-hmm. Or I'll have some sort of injury, usually overuse, that will necessitate me taking long rest periods, 2 to 6 weeks where I have to stop training. Mm-hmm. That hasn't happened in a long time, thankfully. So the depression hasn't gotten to me in a long time. the overuse injuries haven't really killed me too much in the last year, so I've been able to be very consistent.
I think you've learned from the
injuries
you've had.
Yeah. Also, I do not do rest weeks. I do deloads to keep the movements fresh, to avoid delayed onset muscle soreness. So I'm able to go to failure without really running into DOMs because I train almost every day. And even when I do rest, it's an active rest. So I'm still doing the movements, just at much less intensities. So the resistance is lower, the volume is lower, the number of sets is lower. So to answer the question, do I still get DOMs? No, but I will tell you that if you are a well-conditioned person, I've noticed that people get the DOMs the worst who are well-conditioned, somewhere between 10 and 14 days of no training. So you take 2 weeks off, you're going to see some DOMs, right? Liberty Twitcher says, am I wrong to assume that if I don't get DOMs, I'm not working hard enough? You are wrong. Because the DOMs is really there to influence you to stop doing all that work. Once you kind of punch through that glass ceiling, your body will pretty much stop giving you that signal. So the way that you want to make sure there's several ways, Liberty, that you can make sure that you are getting gains and getting gains consistently. Number one, tracking all of these things: weight, sets, reps, rest periods, tempo of the reps. That means tempo of the eccentric phase of the rep, tempo of the concentric phase of the rep. How long do you stick around in the isometric? Your RIR, which is reps in reserve. How many reps do you have left when you're done with the set? And your rate of perceived exertion, your RPE. So if you are, let's say you have a program and you have to do 4 sets of 12, let's say. When you get through to that 12th repetition and your RPE is a 6, you're not working hard enough. If you get to your 4 sets of 12 and you're barely, or maybe you only get like a partial rep. So let's just take the bicep curl, because I'm sitting here and I can show you that, right? If I'm doing, my bicep curl, right? And I get to my 4th set of 12, and that's in my program to do 4 sets of 12, and my 48th rep looks and feels a lot like my first rep, then I'm not lifting heavy enough. Right? It's the weight's not heavy. Because once you start getting towards 12 repetitions and you're just kind of like going through the motions just to count reps, there's not a whole lot of value there, right? But Liberty Twitcher says, I've noticed what you've said. If I work out consistently, I don't hardly get DOMs. That's because your body will only send you signals that are worth sending. So what ends up happening, let's say you got shot. You'll feel a burning from, people have been shot. They'll say they'll feel a burning. But in most cases, when people have catastrophic injuries, your body just won't send the signal because you can die from the pain. If you get a pain signal that's commensurate with how devastating the injury is, in some cases you can die from the pain. Your body just won't send it, right? If you are doing something that your body doesn't like, it will send you a pain signal or a discomfort signal. But if you keep doing it, then your body will just stop sending the signal. So you'll see that in the case of DOMs, but you'll also see it in the case of people who sit at a desk all day like this, peering at, tiny fucking font. And, they're like, oh, wow, I get headaches. Oh, my neck, my neck, my neck. But after a while, your body gets used to you doing this with your neck, right? Your body gets used to doing, you doing that with your neck, and it'll just stop sending the pain signal because you're not going to change anything. So your body accepts that as the new normal, and then it goes. So another way to kind of drive this principle home is for people who are trying to lose weight, right? So for people who are trying to lose weight, when you, let's say you go into a 300 kilocalorie deficit per day, when you first started, how fucking hard is that?
Very hard.
But by the 8th week, you've been eating at that level. Is it as difficult? Right. Your body has gotten used to it. So it'll stop sending the pain, the hunger signal at the same rate if you're just going to keep feeding it at minus 300. At some point, it's no longer going to be minus 300 as far as your body reads it. It's just going to be the new standard, the new norm, right? So when you work out super fucking hard, Liberty Twitcher, once you have established to your body that you're going to keep doing that whether your body likes it or not, it'll just stop sending the fucking signal. Yeah. So stay consistent. And if you're a person that is prone to taking too many off days, you lose your momentum, don't do the rest week. Do deloads instead. Pause. Let's see. Banner says you gotta turn on the rich piano music and rep until you can't move. I mean, that's one way to go, but the science has showed that if you get to within 1 to 3 reps in reserve, you get to 1 to 3 RIR. You can grow pretty much the same amount of muscle than if you're constantly going to failure. But here's the thing, right? We talked about that ridiculousness already, JL. I don't want to go into it. I'm going to rant again and get pissed off. Yeah. So, Banner said train lungs until failure. That's nasty. So yeah, if you're a person, and I get a lot of people that tell me that I should train less, but I know from a mental standpoint that if I train less, the chances that I'll stop training whatsoever go up. So what I'll do is that if I'm really mentally and physically shot, I'll take the rest day. But I tried not to take 2 rest days off and take 2 rest days. In fact, I try to get 3 two-a-days a week. Now that I'm dropping a leg day, the most I'll do is 2 two-a-days a week, right? But it's going to be where my legs can actually recover. So yeah. I was sick this past week, didn't work out yesterday. Like my BPM going to 100, going upstairs. Okay. Banner says Ian Gary wrestles Shavkat. Well, Shavkat was actually sick and injured in that fight, so we don't really know what Ian Gary can do against the best Rachmanov. Travis says, I might actually take that back. Prates has reach on Gary. I thought it was the opposite. He also has really good fight IQ. He just has really low health IQ. Prates will gas out so bad against Gary. Come round 3, Gary will finish. I don't know. Is it a 5-round fight or a 3-round fight? Because that matters. If it's a 3-round fight, Pratis can win on points by winning the first 2 rounds. It's 5 rounds.
Yeah, they're the main event.
Oh yeah, I gotta give the edge to Cucky. I gotta give the edge to Cucky, unfortunately. Yeah, I hope that answered your question, Liberty Twitcher. I hope that answered your question. I'm gonna say something that is going to be very controversial, but I need you guys to really understand where I'm coming from. I tend to have deep sympathy for people who Vegas 105?
I know, unless you want to type that. Making the walk.
I tend to have a lot of sympathy for people, or sympathy for people who have bad things befall them that they did not cause themselves. When you look at smokers, I just don't have the sympathy for people who get diseases that they themselves gave themselves while adequate information about whatever it is has existed for a long time. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, we just had Val Kilmer pass away from a cancer that he got that was related to his crazy smoking habit. Mm-hmm. What age did he die at? 60-something, right? Back when he was doing Top Gun in the 1980s, we didn't have the kind of information about smoking when he was really fucking his lungs up. We didn't have that information like that. So I do, to some extent, feel bad for somebody like Val Kilmer who just passed, right? But if you are under the age of 40, living in the age of the Surgeon General's warning, and you get some disease that you gave yourself, I don't want to publicly say I don't give a fuck, but I don't give a fuck. So, in the case of Carlos Prates, there is way too much information for people under the age of 40. If you're under the age of 40 or 45 and you're out here smoking cigarettes, whatever happens to you happened. I have you did it to your goddamn self. So in the case of Carlos Prates, if he fails to become a main event level fighter and or championship level fighter because he gasses out, fuck him. I root for the guy because I like how he fights and I like his attitude. But I draw the line at promoting consumption of known serious carcinogens. You know how you can train your lungs? Steady state cardio, biatch. Steady state cardio trains your lungs. Putting poison, hot poison particles, does not train your lungs, it scars them. JL says Prates is promoting it and making it seem like the cool thing to do. You could not be, again, we were talking about the Andrew Tates and the frauds in Florida. more specifically, Amaru Footle, the Fed, using your platform to encourage people to harm themselves, you are some of the worst that the world has to offer, in my opinion.
Don't forget this.
I know. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. All right. I'm getting there. So yeah, if he ends up not becoming a championship level fighter, he'll be the reason. Okay. Gary is my favorite welterweight. Ew. Maybe you like cucks. Making the Walk MMA. Yes, I still remember your original name, buddy. What up, y'all? Me and the missus are going to the fight. I thought you said... I really... When I first read that, I thought you said me and the missus are going to fight. I'm like... Another black man. Making my life harder to live. Okay. Going to the fight in KC, and I couldn't be more disappointed to see Cucky in the main event.
I hope you enjoy the rest of it.
Oh, I need lunch because it's getting to be 11. God damn it.
Please?
Hmm?
Please?
Oh, absolutely. Shit. We killed that salmon, right? I'll do that with the dinner type, whatever. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Making the walk. Yeah, he's not likable, JL. For the majority of people. Now, for you, imagine your name being Cortavius. Yeah, that would probably mean that I will never be able to find steady employment. So I'd rather imagine that my name wasn't. JL said, I saw a Reddit thread about how since Prates is a good fighter and in good shape, smoking trains the lungs under pressure. I thought I was just seeing shit. That's gross. Travis says, facts, I'm not going to lie. I watched Prates beat the brakes off of someone, and it made me want to smoke a pokey while holding my replica. You're so dumb, Travis. Dan Jensen says, I was a smoker, stopped for 15 years ago, smoked 60 a day. Crazy, I know, but I stopped from one day to the next. Yeah, you're a different breed, Jensen. You're definitely a different breed. Yeah, you're a different one. But I'm hoping that your health prognosis continues to get better. They've actually done like timeline studies on how smokers' bodies change from 1 minute from their last cigarette to 5 minutes to an hour to 2 hours to 12 hours to 24 hours to 2 days to a half a week, a full week, 2 weeks. And the way that your body starts to heal itself from the damage that you've done is quite remarkable. So I do think that it's very admirable that you were able to stop. And I'm hoping that your longevity has improved because of the fact that you stopped 15 years ago. So that's a great thing. He said 3 packs a day. Yep, that's crazy. Also, it kind of calls into question your sexuality when you kind of always put...
Congrats on 15 years.
60...
Congrats on 15 years.
60...
Go on to the next comment.
He's got a, what do they call it, an oral fixation.
What was the next
Hey,
comment?
yo.
Dan is gonna call the bank. Be like,
60.
hi, on these dates,
I mean,
my account was hacked.
I mean, to smoke 60, you would literally have to finish one and then immediately put another. It's like that chick that smashed 1,000 guys in a day. Like, you literally have to take one guy out and then put the next guy in. Ugh.
Dan's gonna report the channel now.
Okay. Ian, so Banner says, Ian Gary talked about how he's the next McGregor and then goes out and has a boring fight every time. Not to be disrespectful, but what's up with some of these black names? Again, it's a problem. It is a problem, JL. And whenever the productive side of the black community calls this stuff out, you know, they get called all kinds of names. Dan's an old timer. He's built different. He lived when men were men. Word up. Yeah, he's definitely a man's man. Banner says, yeah, cigarettes were healthy back in the day. Yo, they used to use it as a weight loss drug. Women, especially. Just need to stop working so much, according to my nagging doctor. Well,
we're talking
if you end up earlier. If you end up having a widowmaker heart attack and you survive, you'll stop thinking of that doctor as a nagging.
We had this conversation earlier.
Yeah. JL says, I've heard people say cigarettes never gave. Yeah, you know, whatever. I'm not even hating on Cucky because of his personal life. I am. I try to divorce the performance fighters put on from the people that they are unless they are true POS. I mean, your coach. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave Cucky alone. I'd rather smell chemicals than that. No, still no. JL says there was a black guy I saw named Dontavius. I thought he was joking. He said no. Maybe I should have asked him. That's funny. What are your thoughts on cigars? It's the same. You're still inhaling poison into your lungs. Your body, your lungs have these tiny hairs on them that are meant to sweep away particles. The hairs in your nose are meant to also catch particles before they go into your lungs. Why? Because your lungs need to process the gas in physical particles. Mm-hmm. I mean, to ask me about a cigar would be kind of like to say, if my house is on fire, should I stick around to inhale the smoke since it smells so sweet?
That lumber.
It's the same thing, right? Like, you're inhaling carcinogens into your lungs when your lungs are desperately trying to keep them out. That was the excuse back in the day for not stopping smoking. You would get fat, they said. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Thank you very much. You know, vaping, you're again inhaling chemical vapors, and you know another thing that your lungs try to keep out of them? Fluids, vapors. You know, your body is actively trying to save you from solid and liquid particles from your lungs, and then you get people who are actively trying to put the stuff back in their lungs. So, you know, he's like, only on vacation. I mean, I don't, you know, it's kind of like, you know, if your wife tried to poison you with arsenic, but, you know, only once or twice a year, you know? So yeah, any form of taking fluids or solid particles into your lungs, combined with or exclusive from poisons, right? Because natural marijuana does not necessarily, from what I understand, although they're doing some more long-term studies and finding that for people under the age of 50, your chances of heart attack go up fivefold from smoking marijuana on a regular basis. So because marijuana was a Schedule III narcotic, mainly because they were trying to demonize anti-war protesters and black people, researchers never got a true opportunity to study marijuana and its effects on the body. Now that it's being legalized, now they can actually collect the data to see whether or not marijuana is really dangerous or not. And the data that's coming back is mostly negative when it comes to now that they have the legal ability to study cannabis and its effects on the body.
Oh, dripping blood.
Oh, it's squirting. That's not dripping. Yeah, so I just think that oh wow. Oh, he just missed. And he reversed it. Lee fucked himself. Lee was about to end the fight. And he missed with that elbow. What was I saying? Yeah, so they're finding from a long-term type of situation that marijuana is pretty harmful to your body in different ways. So as far as edibles are concerned, I haven't seen a lot of research on the difference between inhaling it via vapor or smoke and edibles, but I would think logically, if you just could not live without putting cannabis in your body,
what is a Huberman?
I would say that the logical, safe way would be edibles. But again, I don't know about the long-term effects on your gastrointestinal system or the fact that you're putting in a bunch of chemicals that your body was not meant to have in it. So I can't really answer that question for you directly. I would need to see more data on the long-term effects, positive, negative, or neutral, of edible marijuana. But I'm going to tell you, it doesn't really matter if it's weed or tobacco or whatever. Inhaling fluids into your lungs is not optimal. Inhaling solid particles into your lungs is not optimal. Okay. Damn, that was racist, Travis. Holy crap. That was crazy. Yes, Dan. Dan is correct. You forgot to write. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Oh, he got the Victor Henry. Oh.
Today's the day to do it. Today is Victor Henry Day.
Oh, knee in the... Oh! That's a Victor Henry. Oh!
I was so stressed during Victor Henry's fight.
Yeah.
So stressed.
I'm glad he got the victory, but... Oh. He's like... And he's black, too, so there's a whole lot that was moving around from that flying knee to the dick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously Lee is the same race of the guys that you see out there in the public square, banging on this shit like this.
They Victor their Henrys.
They Victor the Henrys. Oh man. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, let's talk about Travis made a good point. Travis made a very good point. The way people make weed these days, as far as the way they breed them, it doesn't even seem natural or organic anymore. It's damn near lab made. Yeah, so the way that they are now, 'cause the thing is they are trying to breed these plants for the most amount of THC so that people can, oh, that head kick was crazy. Very nice work, Romius. Nice work. Oh, does he have a hook in? He doesn't have the hook in yet. He's got. He he got one hook out and then got caught with the other one. So he's got his back. Now, if Romius is smart, position over submission. There he is. He's got it. Good work. Good work. Oh, does he have the neck? Does he have the neck? Don't fall off the back. Don't fall off the back. Yeah, so the way that the marijuana plants are being bred, I think that it may have a negative effect long term. He's going for an armbar, guys. And he lost the position. God damn. See, they both fucking up the same way. He should have kept that position. And he could have had a rear naked choke. I think Lee would have been susceptible to the rear naked choke. But he tried to switch to an armbar and he lost his leverage. Yeah, the way that marijuana is now being Victor Henry on a Victor Henry card is so predictable. I mean, we thought that some dongs were going to get songed, but instead he blinded Cejudo with his fingers. So, you know, I don't know. Yeah, so the way that the marijuana plants, they're breeding them, and also a lot of them are using harsh pesticides in order to keep bugs from destroying the plants. And they're also growing a lot of them in labs that are in non-natural conditions where they're in grow houses that they don't actually see the sun, not real sun. They have this artificial light. There's so many things that they're doing to bastardize the plant that we don't really know if, let's say, marijuana did have some medicinal properties, but the way that it's being bred today, you know, and of course, you know, as with any receptor based effect, the stronger the whatever it is, the more the receptors get clogged up and then your body creates new ones. So especially when you're talking about people that smoke every day, all day, they can't get the same high because the receptors are all burned out, and then your body has to grow new receptors. So now you need a heavier dose to feel the same effect that you're looking for, right? He's stuck. He's got to get out of there. He's got to get out of there, right? So I just think that he's trying to Lee might finish him here. He just flattened him out. He's trying to move, but he's taking a lot of unanswered shots. He's trying. And he's gonna have to stop it. Even with this, he's gonna have to. Yeah. He was trying, but that was a beautiful, beautiful sequence, and it started with Romius losing his position, chasing an armbar. So, turnabout is fair play. You know, Lee made a similar mistake at the end of round 1 and failed to get the finish. You know? All right, so... Yeah, so, you know, a good catch by Travis. We're about to get a lot of data, and it's going to be where people are not going to be able to refute it because so many people are partaking in the toke that we're going to get definitive data. And, you know, the data is not looking good on marijuana consumption, so... And to me, it makes sense because most people smoke marijuana, and the lungs and the heart work hand in hand. So the fact that, you know, young people are getting heart attacks at 5 times the rate under age 50 does not surprise me whatsoever. Because if you inhibit the lungs' ability to process oxygen and to put that oxygen into your bloodstream, if you're not really getting well oxygenated blood to circulate, your heart is going to have to work harder and increase your blood pressure to try to push as much oxygenated blood as it possibly can through your body, because you're just not getting as much oxygen as you need. And now, if you are a person who is smoking marijuana, you could be in a similar negative situation as a guy that is abusing anabolic steroids, right? And is not so much that your heart attack is going to occur the same way, but the anabolic steroids guy has hypertrophy of the heart muscle, of the ventricles. So when the muscles get bigger, the little pocket that fills up with blood, so that when your heart beats, it squeezes the blood out and keep pushing the blood. You don't have as much blood volume you can push throughout the body. So what does your heart have to do? It has to pump harder and faster to try to get the blood volume out there, because each beat can't move the oxygenated blood in the same volume because there's not as much space in the ventricle, right? So when you are smoking stuff and you can't get good oxygenated blood, your blood pressure needs to increase so that your heart can pump more times to try to get out, as much oxygenated blood to pass through your system as possible. So it does not surprise me that people under the age of 50 are having a lot of trouble with their hearts, because the cardiovascular system, the heart lung is like this. The heart lung complex works a lot like this. So
That is fun.
I tried a couple of weeks ago. You tried a couple of weeks ago? I think you meant to say weed. A couple of weeks ago, and I had mad anxiety. A lot of people report that. There is cannabis consumption related psychosis that some people experience. There are some exciting fights. I felt like I was going to get in trouble. That's the paranoia. It was weird as hell. I mean, you could have tried drinking water, sleeping more. Those things help.
There's a little background in his next comment about that situation.
Miller says, love that the UFC is tracking reversals as a real stat. They are more important than the takedowns initially done to get them, especially in a lot of these situations where guys are not doing shit with their takedowns. Banner says they are just important. They are just as important, Jake, but I agree. All right. JL says, I saw some of my other family smoking and I tried it. That's awful. Man, I just don't like it's getting anxiety and nervousness. Like it felt like I was going to get arrested just for walking. Whereas fuck, yeah. I would think that some of that is socialized, but whatever fears you have, it seems like marijuana is exacerbating those fears. Jake Miller says, in my experience, my pothead friends from high school have made weed usage as a personality type. I could not agree with you more. Their brain is scrambled outside of their 9-to-5 job. Yep. Travis loves the smell of weed. I cannot stand it. It's awful. It's awful. The only people that I can halfway tolerate are the vapors. That they have like their flavored vapes, so it doesn't smell bad.
It smells sweet.
Yeah. But I can't help but feel like I'm still being inundated with poison. I like it when people shoot up their drugs or swallow their drugs, because if you're gonna do stuff to harm yourself, you should make sure that you're the only person you're harming with it, right? With people who smoke and vape, you're choosing to poison yourself, and then when you exhale, you're now choosing to poison everybody else.
Yeah.
Banner says, man, I got introduced to all the bad stuff young, weed and booze, and now it just seems like people do it because their regular lives are too boring to cope with or too stressful. Yeah. Cigar smoke doesn't smell bad, but it's still harsh on the lungs. Weed is addicting, and not mentally, but the physical need to hit that shit and vibe has made my old friends reliant. No, that's part of the mental. That's part of the emotional addiction too, Jake. That's not all physical, Jake. Some of that is a psychological, emotional addiction as well.
Two more. Done by midnight. I hope.
Yeah, or even before then.
Probably not. It's 11:07.
Yeah, they're gonna treat us to a full 25-minute. Every time we're like, yeah, let's get out here early. Nope, let's go to decision.
We'll call for Zakar.
I got really mad. Like, the BMW dealership cleaned my car. I went to work today. What happened? Fucking rained. Fucking bullshit. Banner says, I got people that I love that I can't really fuck with because every time I see them, it's like, oh, let's hit the bar up. Yup, I can't. Well, I got this bag of weed. We should smoke. No, you smoke that shit yourself. What? You know, here's the thing that really annoys me. One of the things that grinds my gears, and you've probably heard me say this before. If I needed somebody to like lend me a few dollars so I can get a protein drink, nah, I ain't got it. But if I wanted to do drugs, oh, let me get you some free drugs. Let's help. Yeah, I want to help you do some drugs.
Yeah.
If I say, hey, you know, lend me $5 so I can put together this other 15 so I can go get a day pass to go hit the gym. Nah, I ain't got it, yo. Yo, let me get $5 to be like, oh, J, L, thank you, buddy.
Ooh.
If I said,
appreciate it, sir.
you know, let me get, you know, $20 so that I can get my first hit of marijuana, they will pull out all the stops to make sure that I start doing drugs. I hate that about people.
Yeah.
If I needed a bottle of water, I ain't got it for you. If I wanted to start drinking alcohol, oh yeah, let me hurry up. I'll get multiple rounds for you. Yeah, I've had people tell me we gotta get you drunk. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. I had 2 donations today.
Like, who's actually saying, you know what? Let's help get you swole. Let's help get you, you know, properly hydrated. Let's help get you healthy. Nah, I ain't got it for you. Yep, misery loves company. And the thing is, I think for a lot of those people, they feel judged for partaking in these vices. So for them, they need other people to support it for them to feel comfortable with what they're doing.
Right.
You know? So, you know, I just... That's why, you know, when I'm in the gym, I always offer free advice, even though people pay me $150 American, USD. People pay me $150 an hour. I work with couples now. I charge $225 an hour for that. Right? So I'm making more money now than before. And I still give out free advice to keep people safe in the gym and so that they can get a little bit more enjoyment. You know what I mean? David Bennett says, shout out to Jay for donating a couple of breadsticks. Let's go. Travis says, what if they said, quote, I gotta get you drunk, quote, and that really just meant let me wine and... No, that's not what people are talking about. When they hear that I have not and have no desire to drink alcohol. They get offended. Oh yeah, we gotta get you drunk. Fuck off. I'm sorry. Donnie Yen at the end of John Wick 4. Remember your daughter. Fuck off. I love that. The timing of that, the force and the time. Oh man, I love that. Miller says, as someone who has ended up cuffed up and should have been arrested in college, alcohol is just as bad. Weed is not something I trust myself to try. All right. Secan says, I am in my 20s. Quite a few women in the past have turned me down because I don't smoke. One even said, I mean, what are we going to do when we hang out if you don't smoke? I'm going to tell you guys this story. I think you know this story. You know the story.
If you start to say it, then I'll remember.
Because we actually had her stay with us for when we lived in Brooklyn for a little bit with her boyfriend. So when I was living in upstate New York, there was this one. She was half Italian, half Jewish. Crazy chick. Probably the only like crazy chick that I got involved with, but like. Hey! Yo, you guys are supporting today, man.
Holy shit.
You guys are supporting today. I really do appreciate what y'all guys are doing today.
Guys.
So, I was, how old was I at the time? I was 19 at the time. And, she, yeah, but she was hot and crazy. And, I kind of was, I think one of my old coworkers hooked me up with her. And I remember one time we, tried to find a secluded spot so that she could bounce on my breadstick. And I ended up in the hospital because...
Oh, that one.
I could not fit inside her, and then I ended up in the emergency room. And after that, we tried again, and it re-aggravated the injury. So after that happened the second time, right? I went to go hang out with her. And we were sitting in her car, and she pulls out a bowl. And she's packing it, and...
I was just checking. David Banner is still the stream sponsor. But thanks, all three of y'all.
Yeah, we definitely, really, really, I'm very grateful, because you guys are really supporting today. So I'm sitting in the car with her again, and, the doctor had already kind of told me that I needed to like not try to not it wasn't a
I love
that.
And I don't know what he sounds like, but I can almost imagine him saying it. I'm going to make up a voice for you, David, in my head. No! Like he feels your pain.
Let's just say that, like, I was trying to get in where I fit in, but I didn't fit in. And she tried to force me. So she tried to, like, force it harder so that I could break through to get in, and something tore. And let's say that I ended up in the emergency room because I could not control the bleeding myself. I actually told this story in a Call of Duty commentary video that I made over a decade ago. So I might go and find that video for you guys, and put the link in the TSP Discord or something. I made that video over 10 years ago. Um, that was back in the Call of Duty Ghost days. I don't know if you guys play Call of Duty Ghost, but anyway, I explained how I ended up in the emergency room. So yeah, so you know, we're sitting in her car, and she's packing a bowl with weed, and she was like, "I want you to smoke this with me," and I was like, "No, I'm not gonna do that." And then she had the nerve to be like, "Oh, if you don't smoke this with me, I'm not gonna have sex with you anymore." I'm like, number one, I can't even get in there anyway. Number two, basically, like if we're being like real about it, you already let me hit, except that I couldn't hit because I couldn't get in. But you're not going to influence me to start doing drugs with a pussy I can't fuck anyway. So he's slowly disappearing before our very eyes.
I think, did Travis already give us?
So
yeah, you did say that. Okay.
So, you know, I've had, you know, girls try to influence me. I've had girls make fun of me for not drinking alcohol. I've had, you know, women, you know, make fun of me because I didn't want to have sex with them. There was this one girl who was shaped like a butterball turkey, you know, who was mad that I didn't want to smash. I'm like, I don't want to lose my virginity to a fat chick. You know, maybe I'm, you know, at that time I might have thought about, you know, on a slow Tuesday, but I wasn't going to have my first time be with a fat chick. It just wasn't going to happen. Oh, you must be gay. No, I don't want to fuck a butterball turkey. So, you know, but I've had people try to influence me a bunch of different ways to try to get me to do things that were not in my best interest that I didn't want to do. You know? So, you know, Sabatini is really advancing this position here. And Brito can't even afford to let that one arm choke position go, because if he lets it go, he's gonna catch that head and arm action and get choked out. And no, Sabatini is sneaking his head out. He's sneaking his head out. And it's about to pop out. All right, but Sabatini lost the head and arm position. Okay. Jake Miller says, at 31, I remember a 21 throwing a bottle off a 2-story bar and hitting a homeless woman. I laughed when the cop approached me saying what I did. That was not me, and I felt bad later. Wait, that was you who threw the bottle? That was you that did that. Drinking made me a person I did not want to be or recognized. I basically dropped alcohol since. What if alcohol just revealed the real you and you're really a douche? That you just keep it under control. I mean, I know I'm a douche, and I'm always sober. Actually, that's a really good reason for me never to drink.
It just be worse.
Yeah. I would probably do some of the bad stuff that comes to mind.
Now that we're thinking about it, probably. I don't want to know.
It's going to be hard for Brito to land a KO if Sabatini is weighing on him like this. Oh, that's a nasty knee. That was a nasty knee. Banner says, I hear you, Jake. I stopped all the bullshit and partying because I woke up in a cell and owed a lot in court fees. And also, I got tired of hearing people telling me, do you know what you did last night? Ooh. Banner says, "Yeah, I hear you, Eva. I know I'm an asshole. I'm just bad at it sober." Jake Miller says, "Yes, I threw it, and maybe I'm a dick, but that have me wanting to not go out. I was let go that night, and no charges filed." Yeah, because nobody gives a fuck about homeless people. I should know. I was homeless. Nobody gave a fuck about me. Sheesh. Especially if she was like a crackhead homeless woman. The cop be like, all right, that was funny. Whoa, what was that grimace on Brito's? That looks way too romantic. Pause. Yes. Sabatini is not gonna let Brito strike. He's just not gonna let him do that. Travis says, "Don't listen to him, Jake. You sound like a fun drunk." This was real life. I love the comment. Oh my god! But we don't want havoc. You know, there's already. I mean, look at all the tariffs. The tariffs have given us all the havoc we could ever want. We don't need crazy drunks throwing bottles at homeless crackheads.
Travis Joseph said he wasn't there.
Yeah. What about violent Bob Ross? Turns out he was violent for real. I think he had more than one instance of domestic violence against a woman.
Disappointing. I wanted to root for him.
We know, Travis. That's why most of your picks don't pan out. Oh, shit. That's fucked. My biceps feel nice and toasty. Like a Quiznos sub. Fun fact, Violent Bob Ross was part of a John Jones camp. You're just gonna keep talking about that.
You hurt Travis's feelings.
Miller said tariffs are political posturing to get others to lower tariffs. My criminal record, if I get one, won't be cleared. Also saying she was homeless is not a defense if she wanted to ruin me. But she wouldn't have the economic viability to get the system to care. That's the problem. And the thing is, you know, the tariffs are causing other countries to level the exact same percentage tariffs against the United States. So my sister begging, no, stop taking her dude, stop taking her fucking calls, man.
Yeah, we've had this convo, Jay. Each time
it's the same shit.
She will continue to ask.
I don't mean to keep bringing it up, but we all know what a piece of shit human is for real. We don't have posters of him above our bed like a certain old guy. He's just gonna keep.
Yes.
I think I've said everything that I wanted to say about John Jones, so I don't want to talk about him anymore. And the thing is, and then the only thing it would serve to do is to antagonize Dan, and we like Dan, so I'm not gonna continue to keep beating that dead horse for no good reason.
Yeah, Jay. No more picking up those calls. I have relatives who have learned not to call me. And they don't anymore.
Where is Brito's defensive BJJ on the ground? Where is it? This is an embarrassing performance for Brito.
Mm-hmm.
And this probably will ensure that he'll never be ranked. Banner says that's how it goes, and that's a hard lesson I had to learn as well. If you got money for them, it will never be enough, and as soon as you cut them off, it's, well, fuck you then. You're the bad guy, yeah?
You gotta be the bad guy.
Well,
you're not the bad guy. You just have to be the bad guy. Be the bad guy.
I got relatives that will, try to, get as much value from me. And then, oh, I didn't like that, you said this, that, or the third. I'm cutting you off. And it's like, okay, I get that. All right. Okay, let me hit you with a dose of reality, right? You're not family to me. You're a relative. And when you talk about cutting me off, you think that your presence is so valuable. But I can actually prove to you that your presence in my life costs me. So you think I'm supposed to be hurt and depressed that you're cutting me off. You've made my life better. I have less stress in my life. I don't have, fucking IBS symptoms like I used to have. I have a whole hell of a lot more money than I used to have. Mm-hmm. Am I lying about that?
No. And actually, it's better to get them in the, well, fuck you then mode now.
As quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible before you progress even more, Jay. Because you're already progressing in life.
Yeah. Yep.
You've already achieved so much.
You're about to get a Kia Soul? Wait. Is that progressing in life?
Asshole.
Sorry. I couldn't help myself.
I believe you're finishing university soon. If you haven't, right? You should be finishing it soon. Life is just going to get better.
Yep.
Have them get to the well, fuck you then now.
Yep, as quickly as possible.
Before shit gets real good.
Yep. Yep.
Looks like some of those elbows were to the back.
He's probably just trying to get more of those hits in before the horn. Mm. A Justice Department attorney who struggled in court to explain the Trump administration's deportation of a Maryland man to El Salvador has been placed on administrative leave, a department official said. At the hearing, attorney Erez Ruveni expressed frustration over not having information the judge was seeking in the case of the deported man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and at one point said Abrego Garcia should not have been removed, which is actually the truth. Mm-hmm. So anybody who is competent and takes responsibility for something that they did wrong in relation to the mass deportations are taken out of their position. Mm-hmm. Brito just tried to knock Sabatini in the next week with that right hand.
Mm-hmm. No, he has to.
Yeah. That overhand right is crazy.
Did he just punch him in midair? Brito?
Oh, he lost a position. God damn it, man. How did you lose that position? He's squeezing as hard as you can, and Sabatini's like, I got this.
He has to.
He has to sell out for this. And he had to let it go. Yeah, this fight's over.
And J.O. says, this fight sucks. Holy fuck.
Yeah. My view is I am 31. I own a home. I have 70K in investments with 4-year degrees I don't use. I figured it out. So can my family. Yep. I don't even call them family. I just call them relatives.
My thing is, you gotta at least try. Show me you're trying.
I don't hold grudges. Even my relatives that I don't talk to, that I hold a dim view of to this day, if they called me and wanted to make amends, I'm picking up the phone. I did study Kung Fu for a little while, Karate for a little while. The love for MMA started back when I was really struggling in life. And I used to sleep during the day and watch TV at night. And I was surfing the TV in the middle of the night because I couldn't sleep. And Fox Sports 1 had some fight stuff going on. And, it was like, the best of these types of finishers or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so I started watching these fights. And I was like, this is actually pretty interesting. And then, like, they were advertising that there were, live events on Saturdays. And so I think I might have seen, like, some crazy something and then showed her. And we were both like, we just started watching it because, like, wrestling was really starting to suck. Mm-hmm. John Cena would get beat up for 25 minutes, do 5 moves of doom, and then magically win. We were tired of it.
Yeah.
We were tired of certain wrestlers being shoved in our faces when there were wrestlers that we wanted to see succeed, like Daniel Bryan. So we basically kind of replaced WWE with MMA. And then, like, with the pay-per-views, we found out that our local not Dave & Buster's, Buffalo Wild Wings, mm-hmm. was, like, showing the fights. So it's like, oh, these fights cost, like, $50. Well, we can spend the $50 and we can watch. Yeah. We could spend the $50 on food and then get to see the fights. And then it just became a thing that we really just kept on with,
And the David Buster's.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead in the water. Oh!
It was
Sabatini
empty.
almost finished him. I don't know why he stopped throwing them elbows. So obviously I would love to try BJJ, but I have a history of cervical spine injury that's been pretty severe. So I don't really know if it's really a safe thing because one of my clients, he trained in BJJ. One of my former clients, he used to train. He still trains in BJJ, and the kind of injuries that they pick up, I just can't afford those injuries. Because guys, I make money with my body. So like people ask me, "Oh, do you still play basketball?" I cannot chance an ankle injury, a knee injury. I'll shoot around, but I won't. I just can't. You know what I mean?
Risk it. Yeah.
I just can't risk it. So I would love to play basketball and run full courts. I would love to do this. I would love to do that. Right? But I always vowed that I would never grow up, but the world forced me to. Mm-hmm. Like I used to sit in this office or sit, in the bedroom. I know if you put up for years with me playing Call of Duty in the middle of the night, I know how awful it was, right? But like, I haven't touched my consoles in how long? Mm-hmm. But it's not because I don't want to play video games or that I'm not a gamer, or it's that the games aren't games anymore. Mm-hmm. They are conduits to shareholder value. Mm-hmm. So they're not fun anymore, which is why I'm not playing, right? Mm-hmm. I would love to play basketball, but it's like, what would I gain if I catch an ankle injury and then I can't train for my own personal goals, and then if I lose a bunch of muscle, I'm going to lose the interest of prospective clients as well. Like, it's just, you know, like if I was making $15 an hour as a trainer, working for minimum wage, it would probably be different. But there's just too much on the line. So I just stay with the bodybuilding. Banner says, my love for combat sports started as a young kid when they used to replay boxing on ESPN. My grandfather showed me Joe Frazier winning against Ali and how important Ali was, not just a fighter but a cultural icon. He transcended the sport only to shit on a fellow black man calling Frazier an Uncle Tom, and yet Frazier whooped his ass and took the belt off him. Okay. Joe Frazier was a poor kid from the gutter and learned how to box on a pillowcase filled with charcoal briquettes and ascended to world champion. That's cool. Jake Miller says, I credit my dad for my investments, though. He took $5 from my allowance and sat me down and chose to choose stocks when I was 7 every week through middle school. He taught me to make money work for me. I like that. Jake Miller says, I had to choose stocks between playing Pokemon Yellow. I remember Pokemon Yellow was all the rage because you had red and blue. Mm-hmm. And then when they came out with yellow with Pikachu on the front, holy shit. Mm-hmm. Great wrestling match. God, that was amazing. The control and dominance from an underdog was good. Yeah, I think that Sabatini did very, very well. It's just not what we wanted to like see action-wise. But Brito having really no real BJJ and also just getting outworked and physically dominated, you know, that really took a lot off of his stock. So, how good is Lopez? He smoked him in round 1. Past Sabatini? Maybe that's why he's going so hard for the wrestling, I guess. If Pat Sabatini can get controlled, then either he's done a lot to improve on the ground, or it just shows that Brito is really that bad on the ground. It's not a good look for him either way. Secan says, for me, 2020s, you have the Usman, Colby, and Masvidal fights. I feel like the story part of the UFC is missing, and those days were what really intrigued me. I mean, you're a wrestling fan, right? So you're always looking for the story, so that makes sense.
Yeah, he's very much into the story.
Banner says, I'm glad we can all be here together for another Saturday, everyone. Even Travis, thanks for being here, and please like the stream. I really appreciate that, Banner.
Thank you, David. And please like the stream, everyone.
And David Banner's on the banner because he is the stream sponsor. Mm-hmm. We appreciate you. I mean, we have a very small community here. I will say that I am disappointed that the community really isn't growing like I would want it to grow. But again, you guys make it worth. It's appointment viewing.
Right. You know, have equality.
Yeah, it's almost like if we all lived in the same area, they would all come over.
Oh, basically,
and sit in the living room and watch fights, and there's enough of them where you kind of still get that good social feel to it, you know. Because we lose money doing the show, guys. We lose a lot of money doing the show. We don't get anywhere near close to breaking even. We spend money to good comeback, Banner. But like, you know, we take a massive financial loss covering UFC, especially on a monthly basis, right? But you guys make it worth it because you show up every week. Mm. So you guys are always here. We always show each other respect in an irreverent way, but we show each other respect. And again, you guys make it worth showing up here. You guys make it worth showing up here every Saturday. Mm-hmm. Banner says, but on the real, if I can throw you a couple of dollars here and there, I'm glad. I really appreciate that, dude. Travis says, I'm not going to lie. If it was over like 50 people in here and my comments aren't getting read and I feel like I'm just watching and not a part of anything, I probably stop joining. I prefer it with this many people. Nah, the way that we run things here, even if we had 100 people in here, either we're going to put up the comments on the stream or we're going to read the comments out loud. You know, like for CCAN knows what's it like at JD's stream when he has anywhere between 24 and 6,400 people in there. You can't read everything, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, the super chats always get read, you know.
Just put your phone down.
Like like fuck that, man. Like Jay, man.
Put your phone on silent.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Actually, what you should be able to do, you can silence. You don't have to block her, but you can silence notifications from her phone number specifically. Mm-hmm. Especially if it's text messages. There's something in the settings that you can put that on silent, so you won't get any of her notifications. Mm-hmm. They're still there. If there are any emergencies.
Yeah, but you don't need the notice.
Yeah, but that constant pinging is going to cause anxiety and stress. Mm-hmm. And with you trying to emotionally detach and have her be on her own and learn her lesson.
She doesn't seem like the type to learn the lesson, though.
No, but for his mental and emotional sake, silence her phone number.
Banner, hit me up when you're sober, but please keep drinking.
That is fine.
Seacan says, I was intimidated by Evil at first, but he's definitely a guy I can always learn from. Yeah, don't let the size fool you. I have not been this large for all that long.
If you look at our streams, just peek at a stream from a year ago, you'll see
2 years ago.
Yeah. Just go back. You see the difference. We know she's going to, which is why this is now for you. Mm-hmm. You're going to silence the notifications.
Who gives a fuck who she's gonna blame? Who gives a fuck if she's pissed? You're pissed. How about that? You're pissed right now. Mm-hmm. Your anger is just as important, if not more important, than hers. No, just the military don't take no shit demeanor. You shouldn't take shit either from people. Yeah. I get what you're saying, C-Can. But you shouldn't be taking shit from people either.
Says I have a bad habit of neglecting my own feelings.
Yeah.
I would say that many of us
have a lot of experience with that.
That experience with that, which is why
she has one of the worst versions of it too.
Which is why I'm very adamant about you.
She can't talk about it publicly, but
about you not neglecting your own feelings, because I am very much, there's one where I don't silence their notifications, but they don't really contact me where I need to.
Yeah.
However, if I saw their name or phone number pop up on my screen, that anxiety that I was talking about for you, I would feel myself. Like my stomach would suddenly become a knot, And whatever I had for breakfast or dinner or lunch
coming up
would try to escape my body instantly.
Yeah,
I get that type of stress response. So this is why I am giving the advice I'm giving.
Yeah. In public, I'm very much the same as you see, Can. Like, even in private, she'll tell you I spend a lot of time by myself. Like, I'm able to do these streams because I sit here in my office by myself or with her. So, like, I'm watching the fights with y'all, but I'm still by myself.
Oh, we are very shy people. I don't speak this much outside of the stream. Not at all.
And I only really talk to people when I'm on pre-workout or I'm chasing money. Like, because like my job requires me to, basically approach people in the gym, which I hate doing, and they hate being approached. So it's the worst part of my job. But as far as getting confident and not giving a fuck, it's really not. It's not a confidence, really. It's a realization of what reality is. Reality is that when I care more about things than other people, I end up in a bad psychological state, and everybody else goes on with their lives. So it's not worth it to me to continue to care too much about what people think and feel up to a certain extent. Because it doesn't benefit me. So I tend to...
Good. Silenced.
So it's really not confident. It's like having a lot of experience of being used and misused by a lot. I learned my lessons. You know what I'm saying? He said, woosah. Yeah, like I learned my lessons, And having a good support system is also really key because when I need to vent, they're there. When I need to be silent, they're there but silent. If I need to be alone, the two of them are watching TV in the other room. Or they're going out and finding other fun things to do between the two of them to leave me by my lonesome when I need that. So I get the type of support that I need when I need it, right? So, I just, as you age, you start to realize that the opinions of other people are really just not that important like we were told. And the thing is, the opinions of other people don't pay your bills, So... in person, I just try to avoid contact with other people, especially women, because of our, gross #MeToo type environment that we have in society. I try to, look the opposite direction, especially, when there's like a bunch of makeup and plastic surgery and like people begging for attention. I look the other way. For other people that you give them a nod of respect, you keep it moving. But for the most part, I stay to myself. And I also understand to a certain degree that outside of this podcast, nobody gives a fuck about my opinions on anything. So why would I going to make the effort to talk to them in the face to people that don't care about me about things that they don't care about? So I just stay to myself. I watch YouTube a lot. I train hard. I imagine myself as a better looking, better, hard-working version of myself. I try to do what is necessary to take care of the people that pay me money and that show me respect on a daily basis. I only try to focus specifically on the people that matter. I used to rail, and I used to be the man, the shaking fist screaming at the sky, and what did it do for me? Nothing. It didn't enrich my life, and it didn't enrich her life. So why do it, right? Like, so I created a podcast. I get a chance to let other men know that they are valued human beings, which is the whole point of the Talking Shit podcast. Is guys understand that yes, society doesn't care about us, but there's somebody out there that gives a fuck, and hopefully that matters to you. Maybe you don't need to hurt yourself. Either directly or indirectly. You don't need to hurt other people directly or indirectly. Let's talk about the things that you're going through, right? If there was no TSP, who would JL talk to about all of these issues? If he went into some other community, they would talk to him about how he's a misogynist and how he's bad. So I take a tremendous amount of pride in
blood.
He looks like Kratos. I take a tremendous amount of pride in supporting the people that don't, that, like what C Kid talked about, how he struggles with interpersonal social engagements with people he's unfamiliar with and in public, right? Mm-hmm. I would love to be able to give you insights to help you feel better about yourself. And so good question, right? How do I get over my depression of my introduction to my near 30-year-old body change where the weight is now sticking when it wasn't when I was in the early 20s? Well, the thing is, man, I will tell you that when the depression was really bad in my 20s and 30s, right? The thing that helped me is that I really decided that I was going to train really, really hard. And almost nothing in the world was more important. And what that did was, by training hard and supplementing properly, I actually was able to get my body to produce endorphins that lower the feelings of depression, increase feelings of well-being. And it's okay to have a bit of an ego too. So when you go to the gym, but when I started like really working on the bodybuilding portion, I really only did glamour muscles because I wanted, a bigger chest and bigger arms. So what did I focus more on? I focused on, chest and arms. And then when I was thinking, oh wow, this bodybuilder has a great physique. What makes his physique so great? Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to start working on back and chest and arms. Oh, now I started to look at my physique and say, you know what? My physique is looking a little bit incomplete. How can I complete it? And then when I understood how to fix the back pain, and I had already gone through the period of DOMS that, makes your legs hurt really bad. I had already experienced that. Then it's like, okay, let's make my legs look decent, right? Mm-hmm. So now I have like a full body program that I stick to. And maybe this is not the healthiest, but that body dysmorphia helps to keep driving me too. Like, I look in the mirror and I'm like, damn, that skinny guy is still there. I need to get a little bigger. Got to get a little bigger. Let me keep working hard. Let me not give up. Let me not give up. Let me not give up, right? Banner says, a funny thing happened to me the other day. I was walking around with a girl from the homeless foundation I work with from time to time, and I bought a guy at the shelter a coffee, and the first thing she says to me is, you can't get me one? I would stop walking at her. I was walking with her. I laughed at her so hard she got all pissed off, but I just let her cool down, and a couple days later she was the first one to talk to me. Yeah. Like, the thing is, I was homeless. My dad was homeless a good bit of their lives. I have to say this. There are a good amount of people who are homeless because of extreme bad luck. You know, there's a pretty fair percentage of people who are homeless because they suffered a catastrophic fire, right? There are people that go homeless because of false domestic violence accusations. There are guys that go homeless because the ex-wife got the house in a divorce and he still has to keep paying the mortgage and a house he's not allowed to live in anymore. Oh, he just threw him. Josh Emmett is strong as fuck. So all that being said, the majority of people who are homeless, when you actually get to know them, you realize it's not a mistake. And in the case that you talked about, Banner, that mentality is how she ended up homeless. It's always about her. Always trying to get the small. Always trying to win. Always thinking about the small victories instead of winning the war in life. Always thinking about, the little bit that you can get people to give to you instead of what you can do for others, right? So usually when you see people in these types of predicaments, it's really not a mistake. You can see how they ended up in that position. CCAN says, but what if you don't know what to do in the gym exactly, whether to lift too much or lightweight or do cardio? Like, I don't know what exactly to do. You talk to people who know exactly what to do. I'm a person that knows what to do. So if you have questions, I will answer them, right? I will give you in fact, I already started giving you the framework. I let you know, like, even though I was an experienced trainer, I had some pretty nice strength feats for, somebody my size and height, limb length, and a bit. I did some pretty nice strength stuff in the past, but when I got sick and tired of being sick and tired, like I said, I started just doing the muscles that made me feel good mentally. That made, where I get the pump and I can see what the future will look like for me if I continue to keep working hard. You get that pump, then, you get that swell in the muscle. Like right now, my bicep is not really this big. This is still the pump left over from...
You still have from the pump.
Yeah.
You put your arm down for a second?
Yeah.
Here, every time you move your arm, you can see this.
Yeah, there's a little striations there, right? Mm-hmm. I look at like the way I look like right after I finish training, and then I see what the future could be if I continue to keep working hard. And I hold on to that. I hold on to it, right? I used to talk to guys in the gym who knew more than me. I still talk to guys in the gym that know more than me. And there's a lot of guys that know a lot more than I do.
People in the gym you'll find there's a group in the gym who are actually very friendly. That's
most people in the gym.
There's a good gym culture. I think that most people just get into the gym and become intimidated by everyone who is in the zone. Everyone looks so serious because they're just in the zone doing their own thing. But if you go, just do something, I think you'll start to learn who are the folks who you can talk to or ask questions, who look intimidating at first, and maybe you'll ask them a question and realize that they're the nicest person there.
So I'm going to piggyback on what you just said, right? Here's the thing, CCAN, that might surprise you. When you see that guy who is like 6'4", 220 pounds solid muscle, when you see the guy who's 5'7", 190 pounds solid muscle, you know what they most likely have in common? They have the same insecurities you do. which is why they're in the gym trying to improve themselves. Most people in the gym are there because of the perceptions of inadequacies that they've been dealing with since they were kids. People ask me about why I train the way I do, and I'm like, yeah, I have issues being invisible to women. I have issues with that. I don't like it. I used to get made fun of a lot for a bunch of different reasons. So I work really, really hard so that I can shift the narrative. The majority of guys are like that. When you see Joey Swole, if you actually ask Joey Swole about what got him into the gym the way that he just threw that nigga on the floor. When you think about it, right? That was a nasty kick to the body. They gave us a better angle on that kick. Yeah.
It happened so quickly.
Yeah. The thing is, you'll find, CCAN, that most of the people have the same fucking problems you do. And that's how you meet people, Dan Jensen says, I'm sure there are others out there who have the same problem as you. You just have to find them, and the gyms are full of them. But one of the things I think that will help you, CCAN, especially you hang around us here on TSP. If you hang around us here on TSP, this will help you. And I don't mean this to be disrespectful. I mean this to help you. Did you see how when you put the question there and I answered them and I gave a bunch of possible solutions, how did he respond? He responded to those solutions with problems and why those solutions are not going to work. We're going to try to help you to change your mindset and how you mentally frame the issues that you have in life. And this is something that I do in my practice, my professional practice, where I help people to understand that when it comes to certain lifts that we do in the gym, if you go into it looking for all the reasons why it's not going to work out, your body is going to reduce the amount of force that you can produce to protect you. He just got a toe in the forehead. It is going to reduce the amount of force that you're going to be able to express because your body wants to protect you from possible injury. So the way that you frame the situations in your life will have a direct effect on whether or not you're going to see success in whatever it is. So what we need to do if Dan Jensen says, can't you find someone to work out with, is not the same to work out alone. I have no friends, no girlfriend. I haven't dated. I haven't had any either in years. Okay. Let's work through the issue, right? If we're always looking for obstacles to our goals, the goals are always going to get further and further away. But if you just take it a step at a time, right? You said, I have no friends or girlfriend. You're sitting here with Dan Jensen. You're sitting here with Mrs. Evil, right? You're sitting here with Travis. You're sitting here with JL. You're sitting here with David Banner. Start here.
We're your international friends.
Yeah.
Domestic, just a little far away.
Yeah, right? And we will talk through the issues so that we can figure out mental strategies to approach the issues with the type of frame of mind that will launch you into success. But if you always have a problem for every solution, you're going to be stuck in a hamster wheel. And I used to be one of those people.
We still catch ourselves doing that.
Yeah.
And, we try to snap the other person out of it. Like on days that you help me lift, I can feel when I've mentally psyched myself out for a lift.
Ooh,
it happens.
He just kind of, the eye.
Where DG will go, you could do that, and I'll think something or I'll say something out loud, and that's just like a poop.
Nope.
And I have just psyched myself out for that lift.
Yep, and it's gone.
Because of the words that came out of my mouth.
Yep. And the thing is, what does it start with the words that come out of your mouth, or the words that creep up into your mind and then come out of your mouth? The words that
creeped up.
Yeah. So.
And then you were like, well.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. So, we're going to reframe the issues. And the thing is, you don't have to become optimistic, because optimistic has a connotation that makes it where you start thinking things that are positive that are not really realistic for this time frame, right? Mm-hmm. The only thing you have to do is say, listen, the goals that I have are lofty. They are possible. It's going to take a lot of work and patience and stick-to-itiveness. Mm-hmm. That upkick almost. Ooh, that was crazy.
Lots of patience.
And the thing is, you have to also be willing to say, you know what, especially if you're talking about like your fitness goals, right? You're not looking to look great in 4 weeks or 16 weeks. You kind of want to look at it as, I want to see what small changes my physique is going to take on every 3 months or so, right? Mm-hmm. And you're not really worried about what you're looking like until a year from when you start. Mm-hmm. You got to give yourself a whole year. And then from there, another whole year. Mm-hmm. But we're going to start small, right? You have to work up to the Murphy. Murphy's got a great physique. Yeah, he's got a great physique, right? Mm-hmm. But Rome wasn't built in a day. Banner's got it, right? Mm-hmm. He says, I will be the corny guy and say, why not start today? Because today is over. It's 12:07 a.m. Nah.
Report.
But you know, C-Ken, I don't know if you're in our Discord, but you can always go into Discord and type some shit in there, you know? We have this one dude that goes in there. He's always talking about his physical ailments, and I try to, support him the best way I can. But sometimes I get overwhelmed with too much social shit, so I'm not quick to really answer messages. But,
it's the TSP Fitness Lounge. You might not get a response immediately, because like you said, he's working.
Or just in general,
Just... Also, maybe you won't get a response from DUG. Maybe, or I mean, you will eventually. But,
right.
Somebody else might respond.
Yeah, somebody else in the Discord might respond, And, I've had a lot of people who... I had Jensen,
to put up a new link.
Yeah. Jensen will put up a link to the Discord.
Please, Dan. I forgot to do that.
Yeah, we got to replace the link that's in the description because it's expired.
Old,
but,
Sorry.
But you got it, right? Like... the way that you frame your problems have a direct effect on your chances of your odds of success. Our brains are evolutionarily wired to hold on to negative experiences and FUD more than positive experiences.
Thank you, Dan.
So you might as well just
I know, it's just that as soon as the stream is over, I'm going to update it because we have to...
She said that last week,
I know. I'm going to do it this time.
I'm still gonna.
I'm still going to forget. Story of my life.
Shut up, Meg.
Oh, boy.
Shit, look at Mrs. Evil. A marathon isn't just miles after miles. It can be one step at a time. She's talked about how she's feeling great one moment, and then the next is like, why do I do this? Yo,
yeah, absolutely, David.
It was actually a really interesting back and forth that I had with her over a year ago that I was very surprised by. But, I grabbed the photo of her running in her first marathon, and I was like, wow, look at the changes. She actually got offended when I was really pointing out how far she had come.
I don't remember.
Right? And I was surprised. That's usually not your response, which is why it stuck out to me. But, I have a lot of admiration for a lot of... I have a lot of inspiration for how... I got a lot of inspiration from how she I think she lost somewhere between. That was a nasty kick to the body from Lerone Murphy. Um, I think she dropped somewhere between 30 and 40 pounds. Of adipose tissue.
This was my very first marathon. Just so you can see. I still had glasses at the time.
Yeah. That was before.
4 eyes.
Yeah, that was before she got.
I don't think they've actually seen me in glasses. No. Because I got the surgery before you started this channel.
Yeah.
I used to wear glasses.
Yeah, we were trying to see if she was gonna get superpowers, but it never really happened.
I didn't get superpowers. Instead, I got dry eyes.
Don't cry. Dry your eyes.
For dry eyes.
Yeah. Yep. So.
Great.
Yeah. So. She didn't start by running 26.2. She started running for like 10 minutes, and when she first started running, it was like 30 seconds of like slow jogging and then like 5 minutes of walking.
Yeah. That's not even an exaggeration.
Yeah.
Like I would pick out a fire hydrant or a tree.
Let me just get
a
there.
light pole, and I would no exaggeration. I would sing in my head on the way to that object that only took a few seconds to get to, the Pocahontas song, Just Around the River Bend.
Wow. You only get these kind of insights here on TSP. Please like and share. Emphasis on share.
I was like, just get to the fire hydrant, and in my head is playing Pocahontas, Just Around the River Bend.
And I can hear it.
Yes,
I can hear it right now.
Pocahontas is singing in my head, and as soon as I get there, I'm walking for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Pocahontas. The song is in my head now, though.
I love poking, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
We all start somewhere, Cam. But I'm up to, actually, next week is marathon number 10, and I still ask myself the question.
Why?
Why do I do this? And I will ask myself that question every single time, and then I will sign up for another marathon.
And she's gonna do a marathon in a swamp.
Oh, Joyzy.
Joyzy.
Yeah, so I'll actually be getting off the stream early next week, so I can get to bed.
Yeah.
For the race. It had you create a thread? Oh, that's weird.
Do you see it? Or maybe he has to be like accepted or something? Did you get the right?
I don't know. I can try. Oh, he's in here. We probably have to do some testing on stuff that we haven't touched in a while.
Topic chat doesn't have anything new in it.
No, it was in rules.
Oh, that. I guess you have to like.
And it says, "Hi guys, we got it."
Oh, okay. So you're in the rules tab.
But if I'm just gonna.
But yeah, you have to go to like life issues discussion, or general. I've been trying to put more links and stuff in the general. We probably should put a filthy casual tab in here.
Yeah.
So I could put all of the life issues. He's in there now. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we got you. We got you. So yeah, it's always, life is a series of progressions. And before you know it, hey, Banner again. He's another peso.
Aw, David.
Yeah. Thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
This is actually UFC pay-per-view time tonight. Yes, yeah, kinda, sorta.
Yeah.
I told you these motherfuckers were gonna go the whole fucking 5 rounds.
Assholes. Oh wait, I have to.
I read that in DMX's voice. Go, David, go. X go give it to you. Give it to you. Hey, yo, where my niggas at?
I don't think I scanned these and put them on the computer. I have to scan because I don't have digital copies of these.
Yeah, actually, it's really crazy. I drove her to her first marathon, and that's hey. I drove her.
So when he called the bank was like, "What? You want to give them more money?" Appreciate you, dude.
That's when I messed up my back. I actually injured my back driving her in a really uncomfortable position 4.5 hours to her first marathon, but it was worth it. And the Airbnb that we went to, the ceiling was like this low, so my head, I couldn't raise my hand up.
A lady's house, and she had like a guest, little spot at the back of her house.
Yeah.
She was sweet. She gave us cookies. She left cookies on the table.
I think we broke something in the house or something.
We did. We glued it. It was wooden tongs.
Oh yeah.
Because it had a little kitchenette, so the place we stayed at had a little kitchenette. And we broke it by accident, so we bought super glue in the town and glued it so she wouldn't know we broke the wooden tongs. But it was such a cool race because it was in upstate New York.
He has blood running down his spine.
Back of his head. So I get to run past like cows and sheep, and I'm a city girl, so I can't run past that. I run past rats and
pizza
pigeons.
rats.
So it was so fucking
and red-tailed hawks.
I enjoyed it. And red-tailed hawks, yes.
This fight kind of sucks, but it's been good company.
I actually have not even been paying attention to
this fight. We really do try to rally around the people that come here. So if you're struggling, CCAN, speak your mind, man. We don't just talk MMA on these streams, We watch, this is a social affair. And, we're happy to have you here. If you're struggling with something, speak out,
That's why we said what we said for Jay. Yeah. We, there's a history there that we are aware of.
Yeah.
That's why we gave him the advice.
And sometimes we give him a little tough love, like, dude, you know what the solution is. You just have to man up and implement it. You got to rip that Band-Aid off.
We would, grab his phone and be like, and silent. But he's not, so got to do it online.
Yeah. Yeah, Murphy has done a good job staying away from the power of Emmett. Oh, he stuck him with the left hand. Murphy was like, stop moving so I could hit you. It wasn't really a chicken dance. It was like a stagger. It was a little stagger.
Chicken stagger? Chicken dance sounds better.
That sounds like a dish that you eat when you're sick. Would you like some chicken stagger?
Ugh. This is gross. I'd be like, I'd rather just lay here and wither away. Oh, they're about to still... We were talking about phone boothing before, Ken, and he pointed down to the ground.
Yeah.
He's inviting a phone boothing moment. So Emmett just wants Murphy to stand still and just swang with him. Yeah, he's pissed that he keeps running.
Yeah, Lerone has been on his horse the whole time. He's not supposed to just stand there in front of you and then get knocked the fuck out. I don't like it when the fighters run.
Well, that's
at the end of the third or the fifth round. I don't like that.
Emmett was trying to get him to just
fight. Yeah.
Stand and fight.
Yeah, Lerone was pointing at the ground when he stumbled him a little bit. Mm-hmm. But then when he recovered, he was like, nah, I don't really want to do that.
Emmett was like, all right, let's do this. JK.
JK it is. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to do squat and deadlift. But I think that to kind of ease myself into it, I'm not going to do the upper chest. I'm going to push that to Monday. I'll have upper chest on Monday, horizontal pull on Tuesday, legs on Wednesday, with baby shoulders on Wednesday, and then vertical pull again on Thursday. But the thing is, Lerone knows if he gets hit clean one time with Josh Emmett, his soul might merge with the universe. I wouldn't be surprised if this becomes a split decision. Why not take a risk in round 5? Because CTE is real. I mean, look at what he did to the racist guy.
For the...
Yeah. Wow, Lerone Murphy got it. Secan says certain fighters, I hate their fights. Whitaker, Cannonier, Strickland, Lerone. Like, I know they don't KO people. Whitaker actually tries.
Yeah.
Cannonier
Whitaker
also tries. Strickland is fine. Strickland is fine with wait a minute, is Banner pissed?
Huh? No. He said shout out to everyone joining the stream.
No, but like he just like...
No, he's been leaving like, I mean, right when it's done.
Nah, I think he might be a little annoyed because check the picks. Because I thought he picked Lerone Murphy to win, right?
Yeah, everyone picked Murphy to win.
Well, JL also thought Brito was going to win the fight of the night. That didn't happen.
Dan said 100% on my pick.
Wait, you picked GM3 to win? Damn. Victor Henry, protected his Henrys. So that's a win. I think Nunes won her fight, right? Ode Osborne won his fight. GM3 obviously did not. I don't know why you guys would ever rely on GM3. I would never pick him to win, no matter how many times he wins. He's so unreliable.
I just picked him for the stash.
Unacceptable.
You weren't here.
That's also unacceptable. Travis is 2 for 4. How many of his picks did he pick after the fight had ended?
No, he picked them early.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All picks are legitimate picks tonight.
All right. So. I put winning methods as well, so it cancels out. Oh my god. From the Sean O'Malley Commission, I'm still undefeated. Sorry about that, Banner.
Damn.
This was a great stream. I did kind of like peek in on the chat when I was in the gym a little bit. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I mean, you guys were so engaging with the conversation in the chat. I didn't really pay as much attention to the fights, even if they were good. I didn't really pay attention because the conversations that we had were they were deeper conversations than normal. So I appreciate you guys for that, for making it worth it. Much love to all the y'alls. I'm out of here like Vladimir. That's funny. You can hit the we got super chats from 3 different people. And from one of them, we got 3 different super chats. That was fucking amazing. You guys really supported today. I feel really good about that.
Thank you, guys.
Banner is the stream sponsor. I cannot believe that we are saying this.
I know.
But he's the stream motherfucking sponsor.
I think he likes us.
Mikey, I think he likes it. Midmo is our lone channel member. So he's always supporting, even when he's not here. So shout out to him.
He did pop in for a little bit.
Yeah, he did. Shout out, I think Kratos was here earlier as well. Shout out to all y'alls.
All y'alls.
Again, you know, we actually take financial loss doing the show, but it's okay because you guys make it worth showing up here every Saturday. We actually move our lives around, including my work schedule where I actually make a lot of money. I move those things around to make sure that I can be here for you guys because you guys make it worth it. Special shout out to Liberty Twitcher, who was here earlier for a while and had some fitness related chats with us. That was pretty cool. But you know, as we always say, you know, Dan Jensen normally takes us home here. What does Dan always say? Besides racist stuff.
Goodness gracious. Be safe out there in the real world.
Yeah, especially when you got people like Dan out there who we need to be safe
This is the sign
from.
up. I've already signed off. We're done.
In the real world.